Good morning, everyone. Are you all well today? No, that doesn't sound like you're well. Maybe let me try again. Good morning, everyone. Are you all well today? My name is Babongile Mkize. I'm going to be your program director for the day, not exactly the day, but to a certain extent of the day. We can talk about that later. I'm from the Department of Science and Innovation and heading the Directorate Innovation Priorities and Instrument, but that's not the reason I'm here. Today, I'm just the program director for day 4, Nelson Mandela University Research Week. And you all look lovely today and beautiful. Maybe give yourself a hand. So without wasting time, I'm just going to call upon Dr. Thandi Mgwebi, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Internationalization in this university. Dr. Thandi Mgwebi, please join me on the stage.
Thank you very much, Babongile, and thank you for gracing us and program direct this morning. I'm too short for this. This is such a big laptop. So, colleagues, good morning once again. Thank you for making time to come and grace this, and we're looking forward to the interactions and your insights. This year's Research Week has I think the momentum has become even more, and we are bracing ourselves for outcomes of this. One of the outcomes that I would like to see is for you as partners, increasing your partnership, that's financial and otherwise, and opening up more opportunities for students to interact. We are increasing our industry involvement, and we really would like industry to partner with us. In fact, at the university, we are now conceptualizing even a postdoctoral placement program for industry, so that postdocs can also be placed at industry. Not just the students. I know the student part is something that we've been doing, and we want to strengthen it, and we want to build it more. But at senior level, in terms of postdocs, it would be great to have industry, government, academia, exposures for postdocs, so that we can have a holistic postdoc that comes out of the university. So it is such a pleasure to be sitting here and listening to all of you. We started the week at a very high level, and Tuesday we had the DG talking to us about the decadal plan, and yesterday I was conflicted because I had 2 sessions that I wanted to sit in. I was at the 3-minute thesis competition, which was quite exciting, but on the other side, the humanities and revitalization of the humanities conversations were happening in this room. So there's a lot. So in the evenings, I catch up. I go on YouTube and catch up on the sessions that I've missed, and I see a lot of progress, and this is really, really commendable for our research community. And today we welcome our CEO of the National Advisory Council on Innovation. Maybe I should take a test. I should test you on what I told you on Monday about our national system of innovation. I did speak about NACI, and I want one of you to say something. I'm joking. I'm not gonna let the CEO speak to that. And up, we're gonna have the CEO of the National Advisory Council on Innovation, Dr. Mlungisi Cele, and he is going to speak to us about many things. I invite you to engage with him. He is very engaging, so you mustn't let him off the hook. Then the rest of the day, as per program, we will be following it through. My job is not to tell you about the program. I think I'm now doing things that I wasn't supposed to do. And my job is to welcome you and wish you a fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkwebi. Can we give Dr. Mkwebi another hand that is more healthier and sexier? Okay, the next item, would like to call Dr. Mlungi Sicelo on stage, but before that, maybe let me share a little bit who is Mlungi Sicelo. In our Zulu culture, we always praise one another. That's a sign of respect. So this is Undosi. Nkomise ngilele ngoba mayimili yakhahlela. So Dr. Cele has done a number of things in his academic life and career life. I've known him for a while as a colleague at the Department of Science and Innovation, and now he heads the National Advisory Council on Innovation. He's our CEO, a very important person in the national system of innovation. So some of the details you can read for yourself in the booklet. I think they are provided. But he has worked as a researcher at the former University of Durban Westville, now the UKZN University of KwaZulu-Natal. His academic outputs includes edited entitled Innovation Policy at the Intersection Global and Local Experience that was in 2020. And some of his work, it was also working in the forthcoming book entitled 21st Century Foresight Exercise, Shaping the Future of Sustainable Social, Economic and Environmental Development in South Africa, which was just last year. So part of his work also, he has been very instrumental in the review of the 1996 white paper. For those who have been following the evolvement of science, technology, and innovation policy in South Africa, you may be aware that now we have a new white paper on science, technology, and innovation, which was adopted in March 2019. And Dr. Cele has been very instrumental in the review of that 1996 white paper, which led to the new white paper now. And she's also taking part in he took part in the development of the decadal plan, just a framework to implement the white paper. Dr. Cele, please come on stage.
Molweni. Dumelang. Good morning. More. I can see there's a gentleman who looks like an old Springbok player, but who didn't make it. Like me, I was once hoping to play for Bafana Bafana, but so if you had gone to school, you stood no chance to play football. So they preferred people who were banking school. As it, I'm joking. It is my pleasure, colleagues, to have been invited to talk to you this morning. We wish to thank the Deputy Vice Chancellor. I thought you were now a professor. So but I see they call you a doctor. So at the university, you have to really respect, because universities are quite, what's the right English word? Picky, am I right? So you can't call yourself a professor if you're not. They can take you to task. So we have a lot of honorary professors and honorary doctors everywhere. So when you know, I had to prepare myself thoroughly to come here, because it's a university, you have to be careful about each and every word that comes out of your mind. Colleagues, we will try. The presentation should be made available to you, so I'm not going to go through all slides. It may take forever if we were to do so. The National Advisory Council is a statutory body that was set up in 1997 as part of the post-apartheid democratic dispensation reforms in science and technology then, but we have now included innovation. So our principal task is to advise the minister. So now it's the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and through the Minister Cabinet. That's what we do. On anything that has to do with science and science, technology, and innovation, including maths, physics, indigenous technologies, and so forth. So that's our job. Whether we're able to do our job adequately, effectively, it's not my it's not my role to tell, but it's the role of independent people to tell us. We have to believe that we're doing our job. We have a responsibility to monitor the National System of Innovation, or the South African Science, Technology and Innovation System, regularly. So we do that monitoring. And we produce an annual report entitled the Science, Technology and Innovation Indicators Report. We do it every year. We are also supposed to evaluate, as the DVC and the program director, Dr. Mkize, thank you very much as well for your kind words of welcome. We also do the evaluation of the performance of the system, as it was mentioned before. But this morning, we would like to share the results of the monitoring exercise or activity that we recently released. Quickly, colleagues, it's always important to contextualize our work. So this report evolves within a particular context. In South Africa, we are in a deep socio-economic crisis that is producing unacceptably high levels of poverty, impacting on young people and women, black women and rural women in particular, unemployment, and the widening inequality. Now, the inequality is also worsened by the digitization and the digital. So I have to get this word. So it's called digitization and digitalization. So those two I've learned recently that they're not the same. They are interrelated, but they're not the same. So that is fair that they call it a digital divide. It's widening the inequalities in society. And youth and women are at the receiving end of this crisis. But as human species, we are facing an existential crisis to a greater extent because of our own actions as humans. We are causing climate change, environmental degradation, and so forth, thus raising issues around the sustainability. And this morning, I don't have to preach to you because this region is prone to the effects of climate change, the flooding and so forth, the water crisis, that everybody in the world has recently learned or is learning about water restrictions and so forth. And then Gqeberha, I've heard it being cited in various countries where I've visited. So you are up there. So when people study and learn about climate change, you are always being cited as a manifestation of that deepening crisis. And then, of course, the energy, what we prefer to call as the energy, water, food nexus challenge. I don't have to explain the energy security crisis that we are confronted with. I've alluded to water and to some extent food. But these three, they are interrelated. So we prefer to look at them in their interface fashion, in their nexus manner. And the geopolitical crisis as manifesting itself in terms of the Russian and Ukraine conflict is deepening that energy, water, food nexus crisis that we are all confronted with. The effects and the post-COVID-19 era, it continues to confront all of us. So we are now dealing with various variants that keep coming, and they continue to pose threat to the future of humanity. But I would like to challenge us for the moment to put aside human beings, to look at the system, how COVID-19 affected the national system of innovation, how it has affected the higher education institutions of which we are part of, and then how it continues to affect research as we go forward. We can talk about that because in our report we do provide indications in terms of how our effort to deal with COVID has had an impact on the financial side of the system, and the effects of that we are going to experience it as we move forward. As we'll show the numbers in terms of the research capacity that we have, you will see what might have been the impact of COVID. In other countries, they've studied and shown how many researchers got affected and others passed on during that process and haven't been replaced. Because it takes years to replace a solid, productive researcher. But we also need to think about the future, how to confront future pandemics and how to make sure that we design systems, STI systems, that will remain robust and resilient. But it's not all doom and gloom. The 2019 white paper on science, technology, and innovation, as well as its implementation plan, the decadal plan, which I hope the Director General spoke to them on Monday. In our view, they herald hope, promise, and inspire a new sense of optimism. That's what we want. That's a context, colleagues. I hope everyone could see the slide. We are at a university, so we owe it to ourselves at DVC to indicate that this report, we just didn't do it without any conceptual framework or framing, as it were. So this framework that we're using, it evolved, it's part of our national system of innovation, M&E framework that was produced in 2020, in combination or in collaboration with a range of experts nationally that worked with us. It also consists of, behind it, there are numerous indices and various frameworks from which we drew on and built this framework. It's an evolving framework, by the way, colleagues. So we continue to refine it, and we'll be happy to also receive your comments, whether today or going forward, to help us refine this framework. But essentially, it's a framework that says to us we have to track and monitor what we call the enablers, the human resources for science and technology and innovation. So in other words, the current capacity, the digital infrastructure, public and private investment and expenditure on STI. Those are critical enablers for any system that should be there. I think one of the areas which in the future we will build into this is international collaboration, particularly the emerging notion of science and economic diplomacy, which is becoming a critical aspect of our international engagement, particularly in terms of bringing or bridging the gap between science and innovation policy and industrial policy or trade policy, because you can no longer separate the role of science and innovation and economic growth and productivity. So for a long time, we're not able to create a sufficient balance. But now there's an emerging and concerted effort to even build the capacity of people who can act in terms of that interface. But then there are issues around flows and linkages. Whether you're talking about mobility rates, we'll share with you research collaborations, which are at the heart of research activities, university industry partnerships or collaborations. I've seen one session today will be focusing on this aspect around university industry collaborations. And then at an output level, we look at university and TVET graduates. So in other words, the new S&T capacity. We look at publications or scientific outputs. And then, of course, technology outputs, whether we're talking about patents, the technology balance of payment, plant breeders' rights, those who are in the agricultural space, or trademarks. And then, of course, impact is important, and I'm sure, DVC and others who are leading universities, they know the fiscal pressures that we are all facing. And one question that we're always asked, show us the impact. Well, for those of us who are in government, we do raise these questions. I know it's quite a disturbing question to academics who are still believing in the old, is it Humboldtian notion of a university, that you generate knowledge for its own sake. But some of us are saying maybe in the 15th century it might have been relevant, but not in the 21st century. There's an economic development dimension to it. There's community engagement dimension. So you need to demonstrate impact of different kinds. So there is academic impact, which is measured in terms of citations, but also we are interested in issues of technology transfer and the socio-economic impact of your activities. So that's the framework, colleagues. I thought let me spend a bit of time on it so that colleagues can appreciate what we're trying to do. We have recognized that on the impact side, we need to enhance this framework and perhaps. And in the report itself, we've begun to look at issues around climate change and green transitions and impact. So that's one aspect. In the future, we'll be refining our indicators. So if we want briefly to look at the indicators, the enablers, just the status of where we are. Transformation it remains critical, colleagues. Transformation of the system remains important. So when you look at the social composition of researchers in terms of the racialized categories, and of course we appreciate academics are having discussions about the continuing use of these apartheid racial categories and whether we should. And in fact, some universities, I'm aware now, they refuse completely to provide information if it's requested along these lines. But that, I can indicate, it doesn't help us who are responsible for monitoring progress around change. It doesn't help us because we do not know whether we are making progress, at least at that level. But it's a conversation that needs to happen. In 2020, colleagues, female professors constituted 37.5% of all permanent professors, including associate professors. Of course, we have to acknowledge that that represented some progress, level of progress, when compared to what we had in 2011, right? So it's important to acknowledge that the system is not stagnant. There's been some movement forward, but that movement is not good enough, and I'm sure colleagues will appreciate that. So that's the biggest challenge. So those who are younger in the room, who are postgraduate students, and if you had intentions to leave the system and go and do something else, think about it, maybe rethink. We need you in the system, especially black women. We need you. We need to transform that, that social composition of the professorate. We can't have the professorate with only 37% being females. It's not on, colleagues. But you'll realize in the report, we also acknowledge that universities are like tankers. They take long to turn. But we need to appreciate but also there is an increasing upward trend in the number of permanent female professors generally for all races. So what we're saying is that when you look at that 37%, white female professors, they are in majority, followed by African female professors, but the trend, upward trend, is being noticed or notified. It's also important, based on where we are coming from, to look at the overall staff composition in terms of STEM and non-STEM. When you look at a 10-year, you take a 10-year focus, you realize that we have really not, maybe just a slight movement in terms of the number of staff that are in STEM fields. In 2010, they constituted 51.5%. In 11 years later, they constituted 51.9%. What I should have mentioned earlier is that in this report, colleagues, we don't provide deep analytics and interpretation deliberately. We just provide statistics. In some instances, we do provide explanation, but we encourage people to interpret and analyze. In the future, of course, we should be able to provide interpretation of what's happening. Qualifications are also important, colleagues, considering where we are coming from. And our drive to have staff members with doctorate qualifications is important. Our system is also aging, and I'm sure you might have heard this before. So those who are over 60, it continues to increase. But we're having a challenge with academics who are aged between 20 and 29. So DVC, that's the second biggest challenge facing the research community. And we have said elsewhere that both the leaders and those who are members of the system, you have to think about it, colleagues, because this has implications about the system. We're having a number of the over 60 is increasing, but the number of those who are supposed to be in the youth category, we are struggling to attract young people into the academia across. So I'm leaving it up to you to decide what course of action. So there are programs like the new generation of academics program that provides support to young academics. We need to deepen those. So, okay, again, when you look at researchers, the composition of researchers by gender, again, the stats here, the graph will show you the progress that we are making. And again, if you just look at the academic staff in terms of gender, we are nearing gender parity. So that's the progress we are acknowledging, this report is acknowledging. And we are saying that various programs that have been introduced into the system must be appreciated and then of course must be deepened, because they are showing us that they can help us to really reach that gender parity. Okay, so I think this slide, you will appreciate what it means. And then if you are interested to know where most researchers are, whether they are in the universities, in business, science councils, universities still remain the preferred destination of researchers in terms of the current statistics. Whether that is good or bad, it's, the system must decide and deliberate on. So this report simply says that we still lack sufficient SET skills that are required for the economy. The percentage of SET graduates has remained the same as it was in 2012. So think about it. If we complain about our economy not growing enough, not creating sufficient jobs, not being competitive enough, and you look at the global competitive index and appreciate that innovation plays a role, those countries that are doing well in terms of their competitiveness of their economy, innovation and human resources for STI are at the heart of it. Just look at the countries like the Republic of Korea. In 1960, it was at the same level of development with Ghana when Ghana attained independence. Just look at the data now. Those are wild apart. I just arrived last night from China. Decades ago, China was producing Hong Kong and we were all laughing. But China today, in terms of where it is compared to United States, has surpassed United States in various indicators. The level of investment that the Chinese have made, and they have a dream of becoming an innovation country in few years to come. So again, colleagues, this slide is very important in terms of our future and the problems that our country is currently facing. Okay, so I think it's enough in terms of what I wanted to convey regarding human resources. So the slides are here. The second one is around investment. It's a big issue that I want. This slide shows you the level of R&D investment across the world. And I'm sure you can see where South Africa falls compared to the rest of the countries. We lag far behind countries, even comparator countries. The biggest challenge, colleagues, that we're facing is that we have a 1.5 target of R&D investment as a percentage of gross domestic product. We've set this goal years back. Instead of moving closer towards achieving that goal, we are regressing. Of course, the economy is contributing, but it's not helping our cause. And the business expenditure on R&D is on a downward spiral. It's the biggest problem we're facing. And I will be happy to hear your thoughts about it. We are engaging business. Recently, we supported the minister in hosting a dinner with business. So we want to understand why business In South Africa, it's not investing in R&D. This slide just shows you what's happening in that space. In other countries, business investment is above 60%. Even during the 2008 economic recession and during COVID, other countries continued to invest, albeit at different, maybe lower levels, but they continued. In South Africa, from around 2007, it's been all the way down. We continue to go down, colleagues. So this is the biggest problem. So if you like DVC, this is the third biggest challenge I'm putting up for conversation here. We do not know yet why this is the case. Maybe some of you, if you know, will appreciate a conversation. But it's also important to know in which research types does South Africa spend its energies on? For a very long time, applied research has consistently been the largest recipient of expenditures. But from 2017, things are starting to change. This also has an implication in terms of our development as a country. Okay, so again, this slide tells you which sector is spending more money on R&D. And then you can see what is happening. And so you can also see the type of challenges that, for instance, science councils and higher education have been experiencing in the recent past since 2016 in terms of what business has been investing. Now, maybe this would also be relevant to you as a university. This table tells you which fields, research fields, are we investing more money on as South Africa. So between 2011 and 2021, marine sciences have shown the highest growth in terms of investment or funding, starting from a small base. And earth sciences, social sciences, and humanities, they've shown about a growth of above 100%. Investments in applied sciences and technologies, as well as chemical sciences, have declined. Is this what we want, colleagues? So again, this is maybe the fourth issue as a research community that you need to ask yourself, together with government and the private sector. But also, when you look at these research fields, are we investing or are we funding the right set of research fields that can take us to the future? Okay, so this is about the extent to which business is able to attract. So you will have information, colleagues. Venture capital is important as part of showing whether our system is able to make a meaningful contribution to the economy. You can see that for a very long time, they've been sustained. Population has many cell phones, but the question is the extent to which, well, there's two. It's about connectivity, and we know the cost of data, but it's what do we do? How do we exploit that advantage? Program Director Mapara, I can't stop without sharing. We're at the university. It's important to share, to demonstrate to colleagues whether their efforts are yielding. There's no university that can really be considered a true university if it's not producing knowledge. For a very long time, colleagues, South Africa has been leading in Africa in terms of publications, but we have lost that leadership position to Egypt. Yes, we have lost. So over time, our production, knowledge production, has been increasing But when you compare ourselves with countries like China and India, you will see the difference. In fact, when I was in China the last few days, one of the publishing companies was telling us where China was in 1990, how many outputs or articles compared to where it is. Massive, huge, giant leap. Okay. This is the information, colleagues. It tells you, it shows you where we are. Number 2 in Africa. Again, we need to be thinking and asking ourselves, what is happening to our system? Right? This is where you are, the higher education system. Something is happening. Okay. But something positive, colleagues, because as I said, we can see the contribution from females in terms of publications. It's rising. And this is something we need to be acknowledging and celebrating, okay? But also we see the positive contribution from the so-called designated groups, the historically disadvantaged groups. They are making a contribution. In fact, it's a threefold increase. So to some extent, this slide dispels the notion of quantity. That when you transform the system, it's about quantity, right, necessarily. But we are seeing that it's not just about making numbers, but the transformation is also having a positive impact in terms of changing the nature of our publications. Research collaborations is also another critical dimension, colleagues. Our ability to collaborate with international partners. I'm really sorry that those who are coming from maths, philosophy, history, you remain the majority of single-authored papers. But, yeah. But that is decreasing. People are working more and more. Again, this is the real test of the quality of our publications. Right? So it's positive, colleagues, at least, because it shows that the quality. Maybe a program director, this is the last one. So it's publications, those who are interested in publications, who have demonstrated, and then, of course, NRF will say apply for rating and so forth. But it's also important knowledge utilization, the patents. We are not doing well. And this slide tells you, we have not been doing well for a very long time. So our system is not efficient. So again, whether you look at the SA semiconductor patents, when you look at the type of patents, we are just not doing well. Irrespective of where we are launching the patents, the numbers are the same. Oh, well, not the same, but the trend is similar. We're not doing well. There is something about of import and export. Because it's one thing to generate patents, but it's what you do with that patents, and that reveals the quality. If you are not able to sell, to export, and in return receive money, then it says something. If we are constantly importing technologies, that says something about the quality of our research outputs, colleagues. And this is where the notion of technology balance of payments come into being. You look at the payments and the receipts. The receipts will represent what we receive, what other countries see in our technologies and in the process buy our technologies. But payments is what we buy. So I don't have to interpret what the numbers say, but it just shows the challenge that we're having. I don't want to keep apologizing, Chairperson, but I'm just showing you, colleagues, the slides are here if you want to appreciate what we have. It's just one slide. DVC to. I couldn't include it here, colleagues, but I couldn't help because we're at the helm of the system. I want to pose this question as part of us throughout this week or even beyond to think about. And we have listened to different people. But the question is, and considering where NMU is and your vision, is how do we leverage technology solutions to benefit the most vulnerable populations at a scale? So, for instance, how are we supposed to use artificial intelligence to bridge areas with, for instance, in the area of health, right, which is a top priority of our country, with significant clinical support gaps? So, for instance, in areas where there is unmanageable patient caregiver rates, where there is large distance separating people in need of healthcare and those providing those services, and increase the impact of those limited resources rather than replace them. That's the first one around AI. The second one is how do we build systems that can adapt to local context? And then thirdly, how do we structure solutions with consideration of market challenges to avoid developing solutions that do not scale easily? I'm posing these questions. They're about, as you appreciate, about how do we use science, technology, and innovation to realize socio-economic development and improve the quality of life. I'm leaving these questions for us to think about it. When you think about the research questions, the projects that you want to think about, you have heard what the system is all about. But these are the questions that, considering where NMU is in the context of the Eastern Cape in the first instance, but in the context of Africa in the second instance. And remember, other countries are not sleeping. They are moving ahead. And we need to be able, therefore, Program Director, to also appreciate the challenges confronting us. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Cele. I think that was very informative. And I'm just thinking that as the Nelson Mandela University, from the indicators that Dr. Cele has shared with us, you would be able to mark yourself and measure yourself against them in terms of how are you doing as this university. A take-home message for me, a constant problem of the private sector being unable to increase the investment to STI as a whole. It remains a pain in our butt. But I think we also have the responsibility. I remember in my previous life of the DSI where we used to look into the proposals, research proposals, in terms of international collaboration. Sometimes you'll get these very interesting proposals, but that are not making the contribution to the current problems that we are facing as the country. We appreciate that as scientists, we are very curious individuals, and but we need to understand also that government cannot continuously invest on curiosity that is not responding to the socio-economic problems that we are facing. So there was this one on investigating the leg of the frog, and this scientist was very adamant and pushy about this good proposal. But honestly, when we sit down and think about the long-term impact and responding to the immediate and urgent problems that we have on the ground, do you really think spending so much time investigating the leg of the frog in the current socio-economic problems that we are facing, coming to one, load shedding and many other problems, how will that make a difference? So that's a question and the challenge that I also, in addition to what Dr. Cele has said, want to leave you with. We cannot attract private sector investment into what we are doing if we are not tuning into the demand and supply kind of mindset. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to take any questions towards Dr. Cele, but please use your tea break or lunch break to engage with Dr. Cele on specific things that you would like to question. And I'm hoping that Dr. Cele, the slides can be shared. Is that okay? A few questions. Okay. Then don't don't blame for catch up. Okay. One or two questions. If the oh my God, it's the whole house. Dr. Cele, I suppose I didn't expect this. Is there anyone who's gonna help me with the roving mic? How many hands? One, two, three. There are four. Oh my God. One. Can I see the hand? All of the hands again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm gonna take 3 first, and then 3 again. Can I start with the 3 on this side? Is that a hand or a mic?
Mike, can I?
Oh, okay. Okay, can you please start, say, then I'm gonna go to you. Was it Dr. Mkwebu? And who else? I think there was another hand here. Okay. Please go ahead, sir.
My name is Mandela Kumalo from Chemistry Department. Dr. Taylor, 80% of plastic companies, they are family business in South Africa. That is why they don't have any intent to do any research with the university. So how are you going to penetrate such an environment and industry? Thanks.
Dr.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Cele. It's always wonderful to listen to you. And thank you for this interesting presentation and succinct summary. I've got 2 questions. One is on the investment, the R&D investment by disciplines. I'm just wondering whether the monetary analysis has been normalized, because running away from the panic that some disciplines are funded more than others, because naturally some disciplines are expensive and it may look big, but it's actually quite small in terms of what is needed. Whether those calculations that are shown there are normalized. And the second one is, I'm just wondering with the STEM analysis, whether you are including medicine in there as a set discipline or as a separate category, because I've seen some new developments elsewhere that STEM is now double M, with the medicine being included explicitly. I know there was STEAM, but STEAM with the arts and humanities are distilled elsewhere. But with the STEM, where health equity is on the agenda, I think it's important to distill it deliberately. So those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
Hello. I actually have more of a comment than question. I think I was looking at the slide that showed the number of academic staff with a doctoral qualification, and also the aging professorate. And I think as a country, we are making a big loss in terms of not looking at our emerging researchers, our PhD students and our postdocs as the future professorate. And recently with CREST, we were doing a tracer study for the postdocs. And you can see that we have a lot of South Africans that stay into the postdoc system and they don't get academic jobs. But we are still complaining, saying that there isn't young people in the system. And we're also not integrating them as academics in terms of the skill sets and also the contribution. So the postdocs already have a PhD, so they would be able to contribute to student supervision, which will increase the student outputs in terms of your master's and PhD student graduates. And they also publish a lot. I think only recently they had, gave universities instruction to indicate who's a PhD student, who's a postdoc, and you can see the contribution from them. So I guess I want to know what are the plans around integrating. I know the NGAP was a useful program, but most of the people in the NGAP were already academics with their masters. Whereas it could have been a program to integrate people with a PhD already, which are the postdocs. And there's a lot of South Africans who graduate with a PhD and they end up unemployed. As we can see, the research is going to be out soon, but you will see that there's a lot of South Africans, a lot of women, a lot of blacks that are in the postdoc system.
Okay, Dr. Cele, can you address the first three and then we'll take a second round after from that side?
No, thanks, colleagues. Let me start with the last. You said it's a comment. So I take it as a comment. Yes, you are correct that postdocs are supposed to be considered as a foundation or the necessary building blocks towards building or attaining our research capacity. Maybe it's a combination of factors that the system is not maybe agile enough to absorb them. So something needs to be done to make sure that, to rethink the system so that it's able to absorb postdocs. So the issue about alignment and fit, maybe that's one. But the second one is around the instruments that may exist. So you will be better positioned from the user or point of view, whether the various interventions that government has put in place are actually making the necessary difference. Recently, I think DVC, when there was the minister was giving the tracer study report, one of the participants had actually said to the minister, the focus must be on people who are already in the system, mid-career, people with PhDs, but who need to be supported because they seem to be missed. Maybe it's an equivalent of a missing middle. So the minister is considering that aspect very seriously, and on recent occasion when we launched this report, has actually said to stakeholders, maybe that's where the focus must. People already in the system must be prioritized to some maybe more favorable than those who still need to get in, but to sort of balance, right? Our report does indicate that the various initiatives that are meant, like NGAP and so forth, that they seem to be making a difference and they need to be upscaled. And that's what the report is suggesting. DVC, I will confirm the issue of medicine, whether right now it has been integrated into the thinking around STEM. I just don't want to thumb suck, all right? I mean, we're dealing with academics. I don't want to be misquoted. So I've asked the team that's working just to confirm once and for all if that's the... yes, on the first one, I think the numbers are normalized. But again, we may come back and verify if, because these things, they go through processes. Mandela, You are correct. That's the challenge. Generally, the issue around SMMEs. So if I'm correct, what you're asking, they form part of the SMMEs, right? The category broadly. It's now realized that SMMEs are doing very little by way of research for various reasons. But also, there is a big challenge in terms of the existing instruments that are meant to incentivize research in the SMMEs. We have a huge tax incentive scheme. SMMEs are not taking up. And there are many reasons that experts who have looked into that scheme have cited, including the bureaucratic nature of that scheme and so forth. So there are efforts to relook. But colleagues, there is also appreciation that globally, there seem to be, the trend is moving away from those traditional indirect and direct funding incentive schemes to blended finance. The notion of blended finance is emerging as a key consideration that various countries must consider as part of addressing this problem. It's emerging, so it's being conceptualized. Guidelines will be developed exactly in terms of how blended finance can address the gaps that are currently existing when you look at the both direct and indirect funding mechanisms. So in South Africa, we've also been exploring the notion of an innovation fund. Right? So there's, Dr. Mkhize can elaborate. We were asked by the minister a few years back to advise him on how to establish a sovereign innovation fund that exists in other countries, as part of our effort to also address the bigger challenge of commercialization and making sure that we don't just end in terms of research, but we are able to transcend the veil of death, as it were, and get the products into the marketplace. But she will be able to explain further on that effort around Innovation Fund as part of the challenge. So it remains a challenge. We're looking into the SMMEs and research and innovation. It's a big challenge. Lastly, we have done the audit of biotechnology, those who are in that space. Again, the problem we were facing, our draft report was heavily criticized because we didn't have data. Maybe that's another element on SMMEs. So we are not able to confidently explain, Mandla, what's happening in the SMME space because of the lack of data. They're not as organized as large companies and firms, but we are looking into those because they hold the future of our growth.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kele. And I think there were 2 or 3 more hands. Oh, it's 2. Is that a hand? Okay. Can we take these as last ones? And then we can proceed to the next session. And I will be hard on the tea break because you seem to be more keen in this session. And maybe, Dr. Kele, we need a day on these indicators because there's a lot of interest, which I appreciate because honestly, it's important to measure ourselves and see how we are progressing as the country in addressing those wicked problems that we are facing.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kele.
I thought we were on that other side, or you move.
No, I didn't. I hit my hand.
Okay.
I am Pamela Maseko, and I am a social scientist. Feels like I'm in AA. The question on funding, I had 3 questions. I'm going to be quick for the interest of time. The one on funding has been responded to, or rather, Tandi asked it.
But what I would like to, just perhaps to get your views is, when we talk about infrastructure and the cost of the infrastructure, the assumption is that the STEM subjects are much more costly than social science and humanities. So I'd like people to dig deeper in what infrastructure support the social sciences need, and whether in terms of funding that can be reconsidered. That's the first one. The second one, I'm very fascinated always by the question of what you refer to as the missing middle. What's intriguing is that slide on gender, on graduate or doctoral numbers by gender. If you look at the age 20 to about 37 or so, there's high number of females against males. And then above that, the males overtake drastically. And I think that has been the trend over the years. And I wonder if maybe it's very important for these numbers that have been consistent over the time, that a meaningful intervention be done. We know what could be the cause of those, like raising families, childbearing, and all that. And so why is the system not doing something to support that? The last question is on issues of quantity. You are concerned that quantity of publications or outputs. You're concerned that we are, Egypt has gone ahead of us. And I'm wondering if we should really be looking at quantity, which then results in competitiveness, than social impact and responsiveness that you also referred to towards the end of your presentation. Thank you so much.
Morning. My name is Beatrice from chemistry. My question comes from your slide where you indicated the funding for research fields. So I must first comment, as a chemist, I'm quite disheartened to see the 11% decrease that was shown on that slide. My question, though, is when looking at the percentage increase for funding in a lot of those fields, some of them were very huge. Are there metrics that measure the percentage growth in those fields based on this income? And is there a way to compare the two, the funding increase in comparison to what has happened with growth in those fields?
Yes, greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Winston Letwaba here from Student Governance and Entrepreneurship. Dr. Cele, my question lies along the points that you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation when you touched on the digital divide and technology transfer. So currently what I am working on in the company that I'm working for, that I founded, is bridging the digital divide between basic education and tertiary education. Back in those years when I was still in high school, we were so excited that we are going to be transferring into digital education and so forth. But now, looking back, still, there hasn't been much change in the basic education in terms of digital learning and so forth. So what we are doing is trying to bridge that by using students in the top fields, top STEM fields like engineering, accounting, not accounting, but we do offer accounting and medicine, to tutor kids that are in high school. So we have all the right stats. We have a female employment of 64%. We employ a high rate of students and so forth. My question is, how can you, the Office of the National Advisory Council on Innovation, help you in innovating the digital education space, since we've seen that there is very little growth in that field? Thank you so much.
Can I just, my question is very quick. Good day, Dr. Mlungisi. My name is Victor. I'm from the physics department. I think my question is towards the statement you made with regards to the COVID-19 and the lessons learned and the plan. I think I remember very well in 2020, on the 1st of April, that myself, I was still doing my PhD then, and 5 other people wrote the strong worded letter to our HOD, because we were all asked to sit and wait. And I remember like there was this line in the letter where we said that the idea of sit and wait, I have the letter in front of me, goes against the very ethos of being a scientist. Because we felt like, okay, as students, there was no even national mobilization plan to use the skills that we have. There was a time when people were stuck because of shortages in masks and gloves. These are basic research stuff that we were making at that time. For myself, I think I ended up joining the guys making the visors and the face mask stuff. I made about 450 of them 3D printed in about 2 weeks after we got mobilized. So anyways, my question is that in preparation for the next global pandemic, do we have plans on how to mobilize the young, brilliant mind, the intellect, instead of waiting for interventions from China and so on and so forth? Like, do we have these plans, like from basic stuff, like to the big stuff, like the vaccines and so on? Is there a plan? Because during the 2020, I remember we felt like nobody was looking at us with all the knowledge and everything that we had and the ideas. We were just asked to just sit and wait and sanitize our hands.
Okay, I think we are done with the last set of questions. Dr. Kele.
Yeah, program director is very strict, so I suggest that some of your questions we try and engage them during tea break and throughout. Victor, your question is loaded. So he's pregnant with possibilities. I think, as I said, we still need to appreciate the effects of COVID-19 on the system. So what you're talking about is part of what we still need to understand. Maybe people have looked at it in different ways, but where we are, we may still need to synthesize that experience and appreciate so that we can be able to prepare the system for the future. Right? So it's useful. It hasn't really come across my mind, that aspect around the student experiences, other than what happens inside the lecture rooms or laboratories. But that's very important to consider. The Director General broadly presented the country's future plan on what we should do as a country to transform our system and our plight as a country using science, technology, and innovation. So that's called the Decadal Plan, which is meant to mobilize all sectors of society. Right? It also articulates what priorities we need. But I thought I heard you saying, how do we create spaces for young people to participate in that? And I think we need, you noted as well, because it's something that we need to take back to the department. The government has a specific strategy on youth and science engagement. And I suppose it's focusing more on those who are school going and less on post-school. So that's an aspect we need to think about. So the others, it's about creating spaces in research, actual research or innovation platforms, or in creating businesses that are R&D led and make sure that young people are involved. By the way, you'll all appreciate that government is now pushing for all procurement services in the state. At least a certain proportion must go to women. And I think youth is also now being So what it means essentially, if there are research projects or innovation projects or activities that government provides money for, a certain proportion of that must go to youth. So youth must also organize itself to grab those opportunities. There is a strategy that is now being developed, which will go to cabinet soon, around how do we use procurement to bolster our innovation in South Africa, as well as the localization. Because other successful countries have succeeded. We get huge contracts, like the ones that were meant to build ESCOM capability. But we are not able to use those big contracts as offsets to then say, if we are bringing a particular country or we are giving them a tender to build something, we put conditions and say, by the time you leave, you must have trained so many South Africans or transferred skills and knowledge. And the other countries, they do it successfully. And companies, they don't even argue about that. Malaysia once shared this. Denel gave them a huge, they awarded Denel a huge contract some years back. But they said to Denel, there were 2 technologies that South Africa had, and they said, we want those technologies. We don't care how you are going to engage other people, but we want them as a condition for you to get this award. 2, the skills that you are having, you must have transferred them by the end of the contract, because we don't want to give you the contract in the future. It's being done. We are not doing it in South Africa, and in the process we're losing. Let me maybe just 1 or 2 others, otherwise there's a question about what we need to balance around publications. It's not an either or. The point, if maybe we didn't communicate the message well, that it's in our interest, colleagues, to also be a leader in one of the areas globally. It's in our interest. We can't lose leadership. Because you know why? If you lose leadership, you are not going to attract the best professors, for instance. You are not going to attract funding, infrastructure. You are not going to attract the best students to come and work here if you are not considered the best. So we can't lose that. In fact, on the publications, perhaps one indication that we have for a very long time competed globally on that one. Secondly, as I've said, we are now saying, let's try and use science and innovation to respond to societal challenges. So it's not just about publishing, but also what is it that society can benefit. COVID was a clear case where people could see what innovation could do. You know, the 20,000 ventilators that we're able to manufacture, they came about because of investments, years of investments in research. Yes, you're shaking your head. Yes, we can debate about it. But at least that's part of the narrative, that when we're confronted with a challenge, we had to consider various possibilities. Number one, what is it that the system can be able to put on the table? Whether it was modeling, it was different aspects. But secondly, because national treasure, and we must be honest, it's not easy to convince people, the national treasury, to fund research projects because they take long. So they always ask a question about impact. And quite frankly, we've been battling because I've been sitting in those, we've had to engage with national treasury. Every time you need a case study, we say to them, please, this is what we've done. And then they will say, okay, we can provide funding. Hence the need around the impact. Because if you don't produce, if you can't justify, money can easily go to human settlements or to rehabilitate old buildings in Johannesburg or other areas. So creating that sufficient balance is important as well. Letwaba and the other questions, let's have a conversation, but also other people can provide feedback, including on your questions. Let's have a conversation during tea break. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cele. I think just give yourself for the brilliant questions and Dr. Cele's expertise in addressing them a big fat hand of applause. Dr. Cele, you may be excused. Thank you. Without wasting time, we're gonna move to the next session, where we're gonna call upon Mr. Martin Sane, who is the chair of the AIDC-EC of automotive and engineering. You know, when I was growing up, when I was small, my grandma used to say, educated people, they love papers. And never understood because I wasn't educated, I was a child. But he always said, isifundiswa, they are always surrounded by papers. So I grew up and I joined the crew and I realized that I am also always surrounded by papers. But what I've also learned is that these people, they like acronyms and abbreviations, and they always, if you are so passionate about yours, you think that people can easily understand what your acronym or abbreviation stands for. So that's the life of the educated people like Mr. Martin. Please join us on stage. She's going to present on the university industry partnership models for the automotive sector. And maybe just as we are preparing for his presentation, may I also call upon Prof. Igor Gulak, Mr. Juan Shatter, Mr. Sean Erasmus, and Mr. Kule Kalase to be ready to join us on stage, so that when Martin finishes his presentation, he just moves straight to the panel discussion, which he will be facilitating. You will have this information in your booklet, but Mr. Martin has a Master of Science in Digital Systems from the UK, and he's a registered engineer with the Engineering Council of South Africa. He has over 33 years of engineering experience and management experience. But what I think comes to be more critical for this session that we are having today, Mr. Martin has been involved over the years in commercializing IP, intellectual property, seed funding, new ventures, and setting up technology spin-outs and startups. So he will be able to respond to some of the questions that you may be having in that space. Mr. Martin, over to you.
Are you going to put these slides on there? Technology. Need some innovation in this room. So maybe while the tech is being sorted out, maybe I can just thank Dr. Chile for a very interesting presentation. and discussion. And maybe because I was shaking my head earlier on, I need to qualify what I was shaking my head about. So I actually led the project that designed and built the 20,000. It was actually 18,000 ventilators during COVID. And we started about a month into COVID, realized there weren't enough ventilators in South Africa to tackle all the patient influx into the hospitals. And we put a project together, and the only reason, not the only one, but the main reason why this project was successful is because we did not follow a normal way of doing a project. Okay, so we did some lateral thinking. There were some teams that were designing very, very complex ventilators. And we said the only way we're going to get ventilators quickly is to go very, very simple. Okay. And we involved the right companies. So there were actually 16 companies involved in the project. The project had the value of about 250 million rand. And we designed the ventilators in about 6 weeks. Got them qualified through SAPRA, another 4 weeks, and then went into manufacturing. And you can imagine, with a complete lockdown worldwide, with no materials available to manufacture masks, the gentleman over there was talking about 3D printing the masks. It had to be extruded plastic, so there's no way that you could 3D print them quick enough. And then the design of the ventilator and the piping and so on. So to me, yes, it did build on years and years of investment into technology, academic institutions and so on. But at the end of the day, it boiled down to a very simple thing. And that was that we had a couple of very, very innovative people who dug in, rolled up their sleeves, worked 24/7 until they got the product working. And to me, that's a nice introduction to what we're going to be talking about. There's a lot of questions raised about innovation, but what is innovation really? Okay, innovation is actually putting together an improved product or service and delivering it to the consumer. That's all it is. Okay. And there's no recipe for innovation. And the first slide that that I brought is really, any one of us can do breakthrough innovation. You can't plan innovation. You can't cookie cut innovation. It doesn't depend on how many PhDs and publications and things we have. It might never lead to innovation. So I brought along this example of how Airbnb originated. And I don't know how many of you have actually ever thought about Airbnb. So it consists of about 57 apps, all free on the internet. So the designers of Airbnb dug into what is available on the internet. They thought about the functionality of what they wanted to do, found these apps, bolted them together. 7 of the 57 are proprietary, so where they actually then added their own functionality. But in principle, Airbnb was built on freeware. Okay. Any one of us could have done that. We didn't need any money. We needed to be clever. We needed to have a knowledge about systems. We needed to have focus. But that's really what it boiled down to. So to me, there is no excuse that there isn't enough budget, or that we don't have enough time, or that we don't have enough materials. We can do it. And see the example of the COVID ventilators, see the example of Airbnb. So the way I like looking at innovation is I like looking at catalytic innovations. And I like looking at it from a point of view of what is happening in the world today. And I actually need to put on my glasses here. And I purposely filled up the slide a bit because in the old days, in the past, a catalytic innovation was, for example, photography, the invention of the automobile, the invention of electricity, the invention of the airplane, and the invention of the telephone. Those were examples 100 years ago. Today, catalytic innovations are in the area of desalination, mobile apps, trillion sensor future, 3D printing, LEDs, big data, and the list goes on. You can see it here, all the way down to 24-hour cities and senior living. That's what we need to think about. And by the way, there are solutions for all of these, and that's what the people are working on. So one looks at water filtering technologies, one is looking at microsensors, one is looking at natural gas for energy, solar, wind, one is looking at transport solutions, one is looking at robotics platforms and so on. That's where the innovation is taking place today. And people have put this together, and I like drawing the circle back to the fourth industrial revolution here. We talked about digitization, digitalization earlier on. All of this is being facilitated by the fact that we've gone digital. Now, if I look at, if I had to recommend to, let's say, academics, where to focus, and this is particularly for the automotive industry, then it's important to pick up this list of technologies, because these are changing the face of the automotive industry, but they're not only changing the face of the automotive industry, they're changing the face of everything we see and do. And that goes from advanced materials, micro nano electronics, photonics, geoengineering, additive manufacturing, advanced robotics, artificial intelligence, neurotechnologies, space technologies, big data, predictive analytics, cloud computing, Internet of Things, embedded linked sensors, augmented reality and wearables, blockchain, energy capture, storage and transmission, and new computing technologies. So if you're a student today and you're not learning about these topics, be very careful. Okay, be very careful. You might not have a job in future. Then I just briefly wanted to talk about, because this goes into automotive manufacturing, but the topic of production. And everybody in this room is affected by production. So don't believe that you're not affected by production in some form or other. And production is really the full value chain, from design of a product or service all the way through to reuse and disposal. And at minimum, you are a consumer of what is being produced. And why does production matter? Because it's 30% of the world's GDP. So every third person is working in a production area. The other thing is that the way we actually are going to create things and consume things is changing. So, we are used to the traditional cascade way of working. So we design something and then we manufacture it and we distribute it. And it's actually changing completely. We are going to move to unconstrained design. So your product will be changing while you're manufacturing it. And that is obviously facilitated by additive manufacturing. People, where we said pixel level of discussion, how many pixels does your camera have, and talking about megapixels. In future, we're going to be talking about voxels. And a voxel is a 3D point in space for additive manufacturing. So we're going to be talking about how accurate is my 3D printer in terms of voxels. The same way, from moving from mass production down to a batch size of 1, and that's going to change the world. Every product that comes out of a production system is going to be unique in future. That also changes procurement, because you can imagine, if I can manufacture at a batch size 1, I can also procure at a batch size 1. So I don't need complicated procurement processes anymore. All people working in procurement can find a new job, because all I do is I go onto the internet, put the spec into the internet, find the product that best suits my spec, and buy. or 10 or 1,000. And then global supply chains, this is particularly for South Africa, is we have to become part of the global and stay part of the global supply chains. And here we're talking about distributed production. So we're not in the automotive industry going to produce our own car. But what we will do is we will be producing components of vehicles in future. And we may be assembling vehicles in South Africa. This is also a key picture, which I'm not going to dig into too much, but it's really, 4IR is affecting every area of society. And we talk about transformative innovation as part of 4IR. So it's technology, business, and society that are affected. And you can see that it ranges from physical, digital, biological, over the topics of globalization, decentralization. And there's a lot that has been written about it. We worked on the President's Council for 4IR, and we defined the government's response, South Africa's response to 4IR, to the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and we needed to dig into that a lot more at the time. These papers are now available, freely available. You can download them off the internet. But where I want to go with this whole conversation is, what does this mean for the partnerships which are needed when we talk about innovation and making innovation reality in terms of what I said earlier on? What is the product or service that is actually going to be delivered? And we can see there's a big disjunct, and everybody working in the science councils, working in the universities will tell you they had this great idea, but nothing ever came of it. They had patents. We've got sitting on piles of patents, but none of them were really ever realized and translated into real tangible products and services. And that's where we talk about the valley of death. And how do we cross that valley of death? And the only way that we cross it is that we bring the consumer side, which is the industry, which is talking to, obviously, the ultimate consumer, closer to the person doing the research and doing, the grassroots level design or invention behind that, each of these patents. And we took the trouble of actually, you try and create a methodology, how to tackle it and how to view it, and you can talk about frameworks, but it's really about various different partnerships that all need to come together in a productive way. And it starts with the education partnership, which is within the university. There are research and development partnerships, because it's not the holy grail of a university to do research and development. Companies do it as well. And some companies do it better than universities, by the way. And then you have innovation partnerships. So there's a distinct difference between a research and a development partnership and an innovation partnership, because the innovation partnership will immediately ask for the business case. And this business case helps to get across this valley of death. And then it goes into the industry partnerships, and we've got our representatives here from industry. We're going to be talking a lot about that. How do we actually work together? And I've got a list of a couple of things that I would like to throw into the conversation. But it doesn't end there, because you then have implementation partnerships, where you're actually rolling out your products, and you have your regulatory environment. So that's a partnership with government to ensure that we can roll out certain technology. So for example, Starlink, Elon Musk's Starlink is illegal in South Africa. The 2 countries in the world that have made it illegal, South Africa and another African country. And the question is, why? Why do we have to stand out in a world that has moved forward to systems like Starlink? Why are we holding back? So there was a question raised earlier on how do we generate jobs, and how does digitalization and digital industries affect jobs? And we studied this a lot. So there are research papers around this. And the consensus is that the Fourth Industrial Revolution will lead to a net growth of jobs in the short term of 1.74. So we're going to increase jobs, not lose jobs. And this is the reasoning behind it. It's a virtuous cycle. So as we move to the new technologies, we have new skills requirements, which obviously lead to job losses for those people that aren't able to reskill, but it also leads to new jobs. And then you can see how new companies are generated, reindustrialization happens. In manufacturing, there's a job multiplier. For every job in advanced manufacturing, you have a job multiplier of 3 to 15 additional jobs, new products and services, and so on. And this has been modeled and leads to ultimately to job creation. So let's quickly talk about, before I lead into the panel, about the university and industry partnerships that we can look at. So the obvious one is the research partnership. We look at joint research projects. You create centers of excellence, and I think Dani will be talking about ENSA later, which is an example of a center of excellence. We have technology transfer and licensing, so where patents have been invented and are moved across. We have internship and co-op programs where we bring young people into the face of industry and vice versa, bring some industrialists into the face of the university. We have curriculum development, which is a big topic for the auto industry, is that we adapt our curriculum to provide the right skills for the auto industry. Sponsored research and funding, where we actually go on specific topics. And here we are talking to some of the industrialists that are here. We sit on advisory boards and committees and make sure that the university and the industry is actually talking about the same thing. We have open innovation and hackathons, and I've experienced these. These are absolutely fantastic. Can be run by a university, but can be run by an industrial partner. So both work, and they produce results. It's amazing. If one wants to accelerate a topic, organize a hackathon. Then knowledge sharing and conferences, that's where we are today. Collaborative R&D centers, that's something we definitely need to look at a bit more. Technology parks and incubators, of which South Africa has a number, but are these close enough to industry? So that's from a industry to university point of view. A couple of words about the automotive engineering chair. We're obviously focusing on the OEMs, but also the industries behind it. And what we're doing is we're now structuring it into a number of platforms. So I'm not going to dig into all the topics here, but this slide represents all the topics that should be top of mind within certainly Nelson Mandela Uni, but also between industry and Nelson Mandela Uni. We are hoping to have research projects in each one of these areas. There's some examples of projects on the right-hand side, but I'll throw that into a conversation over tea, and let's move over to the panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin Sane. I want to suggest that you hold on to any questions that you have for Mr. Martin, because he's going to be facilitating the panel just now. We can group all the questions directed to him and the panel at the end of the panel session. May I please have Ms. Odwa Sonrishe, Prof. Golak, Mr. Juan Shoto, Ms. Jean Sefontaine, if I'm pronouncing that perfectly, and Mr. Sean Erasmus and Mr. Kule Kalase. I don't know if we have enough chairs here.
I'll stay
I
standing.
think the chair of the session will have to sacrifice the seat. Over to you, Mr. Martin.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got this mic, so we We can make that one the roving mic. So, yeah, we invited this illustrious set of panelists, and I happen to know every one of you individually, but I think what I'll do is I'm going to hand over to you each that you can quickly introduce yourselves, maybe use that mic and just pass it on when you're finished. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sean Erasmus. I am the Customer Engagement Manager at S4 Integration. We're a systems integrator and special purpose machine builder. My role within the company is to engage directly with our customers, understand what they are needing from a solution level, and then transfer that communication through to our project management team, who are obviously putting our concepts and offers together, and then constantly, I guess, manage that whole sale process, including the difficult topics like when we have to explain to a customer why their idea wasn't a great one, and maybe from our own experience we might know better, but just to do that in the right way is a different kind of question. And my background, I'm from Nelson Mandela University originally, mechanical engineer. Thanks.
Morning, everyone. My name is Joan. I am the head of Odin Manufacturing. We are a R&D division of GenderMark Automation, which, as you guys know, is also a machine builder, a global company. We are way more than just an R&D department. Now we are a self-standing technology company that's focused on software platforms and scaling up our software platforms in industry and helping a transformative purpose of making operators much more productive on a production line. So you can imagine all the technology that goes with enabling operators, enabling technicians to be much more productive and effective. Pass it on to Jeannie. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Jeannie Sarfontein. I also work in the Odin Manufacturing Department at GenderMark as the Solutions Engineering Manager. So basically, my job is to use the technology, what we have, and go to customers and help them how we can apply it in their circumstances. And to also add on to what Joan said, our key sort of, I would say, slogan is making Industry 4.0 more human. And that's what we try and do through our technology. Personally, my own background, I'm an industrial engineer, also from NMU. And I'm currently pursuing my master's as well. So yeah, I'm really enjoying the discussion.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Igor Gordach. I'm from Department of Mechatronics. I also the SUSE chair of Mechatronics, working with Kuli next to me. So we've been running this program for about 15 years, so collaboration with industry. So a lot of interesting projects we've done over this time, and exactly what Martin was saying, working directly with industry, bringing industry to university, and also linking our research to real industrial projects. Over to Kuli.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kule Kalase. I'm from Isuzu, Motor South Africa. We are responsible for producing these beautiful buggies that we see on the road. He's driving one, and the tough trucks. My role is specifically running sustainability in the business, understanding what the needs of the customers are currently and also in the future. And I think I'm looking forward to this discussion because it speaks to the hard issues that the automotive sector is speaking about. Obviously, when you think about cars, the way that they are designed, the people who decide how cars are, is the people sitting in this room. Then we obviously take that information and get guys like the gentleman on the left to come and tell us these are the things that people want from a car. Then we design the car specifically for the to meet the needs of the customer. So my role is to understand what people want, how do we make sure as a business produce products that speak to the needs of the customers. So I'm here today to discuss. I'm working with him in most of the things that we are doing, and also obviously we'll be dealing with AIDC going forward. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Odwa Sonwashe. I'm an alcoholic. I'm joking. I'm joking. I come from AIDC. Chair, I know you said we like acronyms. So AIDC is an automotive industry development center, Eastern Cape, that's the EC. Yes, so I'm a senior manager for future skills and sustainable energy. And we're working, Martin has touched on it quite a bit, that we are trying to develop a future skill that's going to be needed in South Africa for the automotive industry. So I think this conversation is quite important. And just on my background, I did mechanical engineering, and I also did a degree in business administration. I just wanted a combination of the two so that I can understand how the entire industry works. So I come from Toyota, and then I'm quite excited to work with AIDC now because it looks at the entire automotive industry and how we develop the skills, which is something very close to my heart. Thank you.
Thanks to the team. So the way we're going to do it now is, you heard my presentation. So hopefully it sort of jogged a few thoughts and got a few people's blood pressure up, and half the people saying, no, can't be like that, or some people are saying, yes, that's how it is. So we've structured the questions into 4 areas: strategy alignment with industry, between academia and industry; collaboration mechanisms, which I gave some hints on; sustainability research, which is obviously the downstream side; and emerging areas of research. Okay. And I'd like to actually jump in with the first question with Jeannie. She knows that she was going to be first. So the question is in the strategy alignment area. What strategies can be employed to ensure that university research and development efforts align with the strategic goals and needs of the automotive industry?
Okay, so I definitely think as sort of a starter, it's very important for the automotive companies to make research part of their strategies, first of all, and to know that that's a sort of a possibility. You don't know what you don't know, right? And so I think it all starts with having the perfect network in terms of network between the university and sort of like that you would have like a project champion, sort of have like a research champion at your company. So that we can stay at the forefront of these problems. Because with Industry 4.0, there's a lot of things that happen, a lot of the things that you mentioned, Martin, as well. So, and all of them need, for instance, things like change management and those kinds of issues. And it's not stuff that's really been researched yet, right? And speaking from experience, when we choose a topic, for instance, there's a lot of research that you do yourself. But to be honest, did I ever go and speak to industry? And did I ever go and speak to people about their problems and the problems that they're experiencing, and then take it back to my drawing board to actually choose the topic that I would want to pursue? No. Because I didn't really think that that was something that I could do. So I think starting with that network of having someone, have some representatives between university and industry partners, so that that's someone that we can actually have like as a point person, first of all, to lay the groundwork so we can choose the right topics, so that the research can actually make a change.
Thanks, yeah, okay. Yeah. Very generic, but we'll dig into it a little bit more just now. I'll just pass the ball to Odwa. What are the long-term prospects and goals of industry-university collaborations in the automotive sector, and how can both sectors work together to achieve them?
All right. Just to put it into my answer into context, I just want to touch on my experience just a bit. When I arrived at work, I would go into a room and I'd be introduced as a young engineer. Oh, they don't have any skill. They don't know anything. So that wasn't nice, as much as it was true. It's not nice to come into a room full of people with many years of skill and you are this person who doesn't know anything. So the reason why I'm saying this is because had I been into university and understood what is needed in the industry, and then when I got there, I wouldn't be told that I do not know anything. I would blend in. So basically what I believe is that before I go there, a skill is taught, right? It's not something you wake up, you are taught skill. So it's something you can be taught in university. So if our curriculum at universities can link to what the industry requires, then you would be, as a student, when you get into university, you will never be told that you don't know anything. So I think that collaboration is needed very much. And a second thing is that we have about 7 OEM in South Africa, and none of those OEMs are South African origin. They're from across the globe. And I'm sure all those OEMs, they do have R&D. And having to work in R&D, there's little much that we did ourselves. We're given a drawing that has already been developed by a mother company, in our case, Toyota, Japan, and we have to work with that. I mean, we are very capable as South Africans to develop our own drawings, to manufacture, to develop our own part, to test our own part, even testing. Some parts would be sent away to Japan for testing because we are told or we are deemed as the people who do not have the skill. I think in order to bring that in, we need to collaborate or we need to work together, the industry and the university to stop this importing skill. We shouldn't import skill. We have the capabilities. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that it should be embedded in the curriculum, and so that when you go into the industry, basically, we'd have to sit in one table and understand what is needed and what the university needs to produce in order to get into that space. Or someone needs to stop me. I will not stop talking.
No, thank you very much. It's a very valid point that you raised there around local skills, and that, you know, that's something I firmly believe. We have the people, the capacity to do everything in South Africa that we need to do. Definitely, definitely. Okay. However, okay, there is a little caveat that one does need to drive into it. How do we accelerate? Okay, so how do we get to the point that we've brought enough skills together to be able to do everything? And then one does sometimes need to import some skills. So I wouldn't see it as black and white as that, but I'd certainly see it as a bridging measure. You know, where necessary, bring in the skills, but make sure that you localize, you know, and take over. So the third question goes to Jean. So not Sean, but Jean. What role, it's following on to Odwa's question really, what role can academic research play in addressing key challenges in the automotive sector, in your view? I think.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
Cool. Tech. Disabled, right? Well, that's a big role, firstly, but I just want to step back and see if everyone understands in the room what is defined as the automotive sector. You guys saw some things about the OEMs, and we understand we've got OEMs in the room, and we know we're from P, and it's quite a deep automotive sector, but that automotive sector is changing rapidly. It's disrupting, it's there's a whole bunch of startups, and in fact, the definition of the traditional automotive sector is completely incorrect now. So us as young research talent should understand that there's a reason why the automotive sector is actually here as showcasing the role that research can play in. It's because there's 1,000 type of materials that go into a car, for example. There is so many types of components, so many types of technologies to make a car. And it's not only actually a car anymore, it's actually any sort of new energy vehicle or new energy mobility type, right? So that definition of automotive is really gone. And I think what today's question and how I answer it should extend beyond just the automotive sector, but towards new energy vehicles and autonomous mobility, right? And that's where I just want us to stretch our imagination and realize that there's so much research opportunities, so much a role that an institution, a research institution like this can play in that sector. So I'm excited for the future collaboration opportunities between our companies, the business and the Research Institute, but there's still a ton of work to be done. There's a lot of challenges. I've seen the challenges firsthand. We're not communicating enough. We're not having pointsmen together to tackle research topics that matter, for example, as a basic thing. For the last few years, it's been my effort towards getting closer and more familiar with the university, the mechatronics department, the computer science department, understanding their needs as far as, okay, what are the research topics, what are the curriculum changes, being so much so a part of the advisory council, right? There's another role to play as business to actually advise each department. So I urge you guys in each of your departments to build an advisory council. It was one of the key things that Martin mentioned on his presentation there, where you guys get closer to business, listen to business every 6 months, understand what are the needs there that may inform your curriculum, and then not only in that, business will actually identify to the department what are those theses and problem statements, for example, that business could that the Research Institute can get involved in. So please, guys, I urge us to have much deeper conversations around those two topics. I've seen the impact of that. It's much better. And we're able to take early stage ideas that we come up with in our minds that we see on the ground as problem statements, and we're able to create new platforms, new products, new businesses within a year or two as a result of having much closer conversations. And some of our strongest engineers and we are exporting these skills are from here. We're now exporting that skill, not only exporting the skill, but exporting the products and the platform and the IPs that come from that. So we have to collaborate deeper. We have to find new ways of creating, there's lots. But I think the point is, additionally, I just want to close off on the amount of jobs that are going to get created in the sector are changing rapidly. With all the advancement in material science and nanotechnology and all the tech that Martin also mentioned there, the skills, the deepening of the value chain as well in the automotive sector. We're not just assembling the final vehicle, the final product. We're actually manufacturing all the subcomponents. And just in the automotive sector, traditional automotive sector, there's 400 plus component manufacturers. And the job creation requirements are getting more and more and more, and the skills requirements are heavier, and the opportunities are more. So I urge you guys, stay close, involve business. Shot, please, we want to get more involved as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. So Igor, we're going to let you follow on that one, and we'll move to collaboration mechanisms. You've been at the rock face of that one between yourself and Isuzu. So what are the challenges and opportunities in international collaborations between universities and global automotives?
Okay, let me first explain how we operate, then I move to that question. So we established it about 15 years ago, decided on a structured approach. So we speak to engineers at the factory. and identify the projects according to the level of complexity. So we try to find projects for the level of third year of students in mechatronics program, fourth year, and then the masters and higher. And that allowed us to actually spread this work among the students of different levels, and plus solving the problems in industry accordingly. And yeah, we actually managed to even get some interesting product developed for that time. It was General Motors. We developed an automotive guided vehicle, which was working on the shop floor. We registered as a design. It was a completely student project. About 3 master students worked on the project successfully. It was running at the factory for about a year. Unfortunately, GM then left the country, but luckily Isuzu took over. So we continue our collaboration with Isuzu. In terms of international aspect of it, we were lucky having the international university, our partner university in Germany, from Reutlingen, and they're very close to Stuttgart, which is the home of Mercedes, obviously, and there's BMW, Audi as well. So they also work on the automotive industry projects. So when they send students over, we actually give them projects in Isuzu, and they work there for 6 months sometimes, yeah, as a part of their studies. And when our students go over there, they also worked in projects related to automotive industry. So we are lucky. So it is actually a very successful collaboration and brings a lot of value to the university and to the industry. Thank you.
Jumped across Sean here. Sean, also on collaboration, what in your view is the best way for automotive companies and universities to collaborate to develop and implement cutting-edge materials and manufacturing processes, for example, including lightweight materials and 3D printing?
So, in my opinion, it's very much the same as what we've been saying. I mean, what everyone else is saying. The fact is that we need to keep talking. As Odwa mentioned, a lot of the decisions get made at the let's say the mother companies, whether it's Germany, the US, Japan. So at an OEM level, there's not a whole lot that we can do in terms of what the car does. But fortunately, we do have a very strong system integration presence right here, not only in South Africa, but actually right here in Nelson Mandela Bay. So I think that there's justifiable reason for the university and the system integrators to work together. Just for context, for maybe if you're not familiar with the automotive sector, the system integrator involvement, we would kind of get involved at the point where we develop the assembly lines or the testing systems or whatever it may be to develop the product, whether it's the seats or the engine, the differential, the batteries, even if it's an electric vehicle. And yeah, I think I don't have a very specific answer other than the fact that there needs to be almost more of a structured approach to communication and a network and a platform, I think, for people to get together and share. Because what we see, at least from my perspective, is we are very much on the front line. You know, we're always looking at what needs to be produced 18 months from now. We're not looking at today only. We don't know what the Audis and the VWs want to do 3 years from now, maybe, but at least we can see that far ahead. And with that insight, maybe we can, there's scope there for us to say, okay, well, these are the trends we're picking up. So, I mean, a couple of examples I can give you. Obviously, battery is one of them, but that is a very in-depth, detailed process of itself. It's one thing to say you're going to put a battery in a car, but the supply chain around that, the storage mechanisms, the production of it is a whole other process of its own. Vision systems there's been a massive uptake in it, so to automatically verify and identify your product. Yeah, I think the rest of what I have written down here is not so relevant for this question, but yeah, the key takeaway is to talk. We need to talk. We need to understand the current challenges that OEMs have. Maybe they can support us from that perspective. Say, you know, what do they struggle to source? What do they struggle to localize? And then, as the system integrated level and university together, a collaborative effort can be done to research and develop solutions to those specific problems. think the key is to find the problem and then develop the solution.
Thanks. Yeah, so last but not least, let's listen to what Isuzu has to say. Truly, Isuzus are really renowned for lasting forever. So it does raise the topic of sustainability and recyclability. I mean, a Isuzu never gets recycled. But jokes aside, what are the opportunities for sustainability and environmental responsibility in the automotive sector, and how can universities support these initiatives through research and education?
Thank you very much, Martin. I think I forgot to introduce my academic credentials, if I can call it. I'm currently busy with my PhD at Wits for chemical engineering. The interest, well, when I joined, I'm new in the automotive sector. I started last year. I was at CSR for most of my life. Then I moved to the cars. I just want to share something about when you think of a car. It's something I've never thought about before. I mean, I was just getting in, move. You mentioned something that when you in the car, when you manufacture a car, there are so many components that come together. And when you think about the investments that are made for R&D in the South African context, someone mentioned that more money is spent on understanding frogs and whatever happens in the beach. I'm a scientist by training. I did chemistry and environmental science and also branched into engineering, so I understand life science. But I do think when you follow the news, among the many sectors that kept the economy going is the automotive sector. And if you read the news yesterday, the Koga area is going to be having a big investment, specifically this area where we are. Isuzu could have decided to leave or not to invest here, but I think there is something about this region. I just want to bring the context first on why sustainability is very important. They invested here, VW didn't leave, Mercedes-Benz didn't leave, everyone is leaving, GM left, but there's investments coming in the region. So the question is, what does that mean for this university? If people can decide to invest in this region, what does it mean for you as a young man, as you were saying earlier? What opportunities are there for you? So for us as a business now, as Isuzu, as you were saying, we view education as one of the pillars. How do we make sure that when we think about automation, whatever Martin spoke about concerning skills of the future, how do we prepare students who are in university currently to be employees of the future? Not only that, I always have to run away from making students to think they need to be employees. I don't want that. How do you become a component supplier to the business? So when you think about sustainability, some will think about it as an issue of whether a business is sustainable in terms of finance, but think about how a car moves, specifically our products. We're using diesel. All our Isuzu products, diesel, that's why they are strong. But when you haul in diesel, how much is a liter of diesel now? It's 25 rands max. So when you burn the diesel in the engine, what happens? You've got emissions. So among the sectors in the country that emit more, automotive sector, I think, is number 2 on climate change. It was mentioned by DSI that climate change is the biggest problem we have, obviously inequality and many other things. So when we think of sustainability on our aspect, we think about how cars are made, or how we think about manufacturing, we think about products. Consumers of products tell us we want cleaner cars. That's why we talk about NEVs. So the mindset is, how do we design cars? Obviously, we don't design in the South African context. Someone in Japan decides. But when they come over, we know UN tells us there are SDGs and all those things that we need to meet as a country. So we are in this global system where we are told, South Africa, you need to lower your carbon footprint or your GHG emissions. If you don't, otherwise, when you send products to Europe, you'll be billed. We produce trucks that transport apples or whatever to Europe. So when companies think about how do they lower their carbon footprint, Isuzu is impacted because we produce trucks. So when you, as a student, you think, what solutions can I bring up for sustainability? Obviously, human capital development is a big thing. How do we make sure we contribute positively in a sort of context as an automotive sector through skills development? But obviously, how do we make sure we help the country to decarbonize where you speak about NEVs, you speak about renewable energy and all those many things that I see Eco and the rest of the teams are doing here. So for this university, I think the challenge is very big if you can think outside of this building. If people are saying they want to invest in the country, what does that mean? What does it mean for you as an academic? Should you continue to perhaps focus on the ocean, or should you focus on what brings money? Obviously, for any OEM, when you think about it, any OEM that invests here, government supports them. They support them to bring money in the country through tax and rebates and all those many things. AITC will tell us. But I don't think, honestly, though I'm from an OEM, I don't think, in terms of research, when I saw, there's nothing on automotive research. There's nothing. On that list that the doctor spoke about, how much money is spent on R&D, there's nothing on what we are talking about today.
Well spotted.
Yeah. So that then is a question on people who do policy development or in influence like AITC and NAMSA. What would that mean? Should we perhaps say on the tax that companies are getting through government incentives, should we say some specific money must be spent on R&D so that we can actually drive this sustainability agenda? Sustainability is localized. People talk about it globally, but how do we make sure Gqeberha as a dry place, Eastern Cape as a place where there's poor unemployment, how do we drive that as OEMs in the region? So that's a question maybe we need to answer. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think it is time, but we can open the floor to a couple of questions from the floor. If there's anything burning, please. I'll give you this mic.
Thank you so much. Hello again, it's Victor from the physics department, who happens to be a chemist. I really enjoyed the conversation from your presentation and the panel. So I think I have two questions. I'll start from your side, and then I'll come to the panel side. So for me, as a chemist, I'm primarily a materials scientist. You know, one of my observations, and Dr. Vincent can even attest to that, is that we don't have so much collaboration with, for instance, the mechatronics department. Like, we struggling looking for like an extruder, for instance, you know, and something like very basic. And like, we have lots of research on similarities. I usually go and I present in areas and I'm talking to people about maybe tensile modulus and all the stuff. I sound like an engineer, but there isn't a lot of that collaboration. And oftentimes one of the biggest challenges we have is that some of these equipments that can be made here, we don't have access to make them because, again, we're chemists, but then we then oftentimes need to import them, and they're very expensive. I had to import like a small extruder that was built by 2 PhD students in Italy, which I felt like somebody from the mechatronics could have made that, you know. So how do we push for more of that? Because I think there is more that you can get from the natural scientists. Chemistry is not just only about test tubes. There's people that work on materials, and we speak the same language. Whether it's, I worked with composite materials, so that is that. And then with the guys from the industry, almost a similar question, especially with maybe gender mark, because I remember my first interaction, it was at the composite show in 2015 at the stadium. You know, I remember seeing some of this stuff, and that was like my introduction to, not 2015, sorry, 2019, 18, 19, sometime, yeah, somewhere there. I remember looking at a lot of this stuff in the additive manufacturing space, and I ended up having a PhD where most of my applications were in additive manufacturing. I was making composite filaments from biomaterials and so on. But then the general observation is that even from the automotive and the manufacturing is that a lot of these materials, we prefer kind of importing them than pushing for research for people to make it here. For instance, I'll give an example. Recently, Carbon, the manufacturing company, released this nice 3D printed shoe soles. And I tried to listen to the chemistry. It's very, very basic resin chemistry. Like, they were just able to utilize UV curable and thermal curable resins to make like those kind of shoes and stuff. But you often see that the tech side, we try to build a lot of it, but the basic stuff like the resins and the composite materials and so on, we need most of those research here. And even the low-hanging fruits, down to the guys in the automotive, like the recycling aspect. A few years ago, there was the Product Testing Institute for the tires that was being established and never really kicked on. I've personally had guys that came to me at some point trying to recycle PVB from polyvinyl butyrate from the glasses that they use for the shatterproof glass and so on. And I assisted them and they disappeared. I felt like exploited. I was like, why did you come to the lab, seek for my help, and then you just disappeared? So how do we leverage on those things, even from the research side now? Like, because now we have the capacity to leverage more on those opportunities.
Absolutely. So, long question, short answer. Can we discuss it at tea? Because I think you touched on a lot of valid points, and that's why we're here. Okay, so we would certainly like to get the collaboration between the departments going better, focused on projects which help industry. Okay, and that's the dialogue we're starting. One more question, Ricardo. I saw you had your hand up. No? Okay. We'll take one more and then we'll head to tea. But we will be around and yeah, sorry.
Oh, no, thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Nimakatso Khomu, and I'm from the Department Trade, Industry and Competition. I just wanted to pose a question. Why is there such lack of collaboration, especially between academia, business, and also government? And in light of the programs and support in terms of finance specifically that we have locally and internationally, which can actually be exploited, why isn't that collaboration actually, we're seeing a rapid access or uptake in terms of these programs? Because I think we've seen a huge decline. Budgets are going back or not being spent, and that raises a very difficult question or doesn't give us answers in terms of the unemployment we're seeing. But also, I've worked with the AIS, you know the scheme mostly. So why haven't we had a disruptor in South Africa in terms of us moving towards building cars, even local cars? We've seen some startups tying out, but it has not happened. Why aren't the local companies or OEMs, even through the master plan, having a deliberate plan that will actually put us on the map with a South African car, original South African car from start to bottom? Why is it so difficult to actually have such a wild dream? It's not wild. I think it should be basic. When Mercedes was, how long has Mercedes been on this world? And us as a country, we have not been able, with all this money, all the companies you've mentioned, it's a huge dent on our budget if you look at it. VW, Mercedes-Benz issues, all that development is going to cost us as a country. But why can't we even put up additional money to support South African companies which can come up? So yeah, I'll stop there.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe, again, difficult question, quick answer. Why don't we have an OEM, a South African OEM? It lies in the law of volume production. Okay, so we would not be able to achieve the volumes that are necessary to produce a vehicle. Okay, in the South African market, not even in the African market. Okay, and you can take Tesla as an example. How much money Tesla has had to invest to reach the sales volumes they have now, and they're only getting there now. Okay. And they haven't even reached the volumes of a VW or Toyota in the world. So it's a volumes game. And unfortunately, I don't think there'll ever be a South African motor vehicle manufacturer. Sorry, that's the bottom line. But there will be South African components manufacturers. There will be South African companies supplying the machinery to make cars. Okay, and we've got two companies sitting here, Gendermark and S4. They make the machines to make the cars. That's going to be our strength. That's where we are going to play, also in the long term. And similar topic goes to batteries. That's the only hope for us, is that we get into the batteries game, making batteries for new electric vehicles. new energy vehicles, and that's going to be a very big piece of heavy lifting to bring South Africa onto the map there. Ricardo.
Hi, sorry, Program Director. Let me answer that question on collaboration. It's a good question. And this is why ourselves, the Automotive Industry Development Center, we're sponsoring the Chair of Automotive at Mandela University. And for us, we've realized that the time for collaborating is now. It's important. So we bring together industry as well as government and academia. I'm always astounded. I'm not as highly educated as the doctors and professors in this room, but I did do a postgrad in nuclear science and technology at Northwest University. And the point that I'm trying to make is that there's some brilliant minds in South Africa. And what we need to do, if you look at what's happening at the moment from a Rugby World Cup perspective, we play as one team. So often we follow these KPIs and things, but these KPIs often also divide us into silos. And I think what we need to do is collaborate more often. And we're trying from government's perspective to lead that collaborative effort. Why? So that the impact, the benefits and the outcomes are way greater than the inputs. So I didn't want to say something earlier on. I just wanted to encourage the room that we are stepping in as government and we want to do more work together with the university, and we're going to be doing that going forward into the future. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Martin, for the excellent panel session. Can we give another hand to Martin and the team? And I am sure we are very hungry, but let me just comment on the last, I think, you, sir. I like the point that you have just made now that government is making efforts to strengthen the triple P sort of kind of collaboration. And from the Department of Science and Innovation as well, we are extending our investments into that space, which I cannot be able to talk a little bit more about that. We can engage maybe lunchtime for those who will want to know more. But thank you very much. And to the team, we've got some token of appreciation here that on your way out to tea, I would like to give them to you because Nelson Mandela University is very generous. And let's please give a hand to them. It's 11:33 in my watch. And can we take 10 minutes and be back here? If you have to bring your cup of tea or coffee inside the room, it's okay. But 10 minutes, we will be starting just a little bit after 20 minutes to 12. Thank you. Or just before the afternoon. No, it's not yet the afternoon. A late good morning. Those that are outside, if they can make their way inside so that we can continue with our very vibrant day and sessions. I think let's just proceed. I'm just going to call on stage Miss Mika West. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your surname correctly, and please pardon me on that one. She is the Unit Head, Capital and Funding Office in Georgia Development Corporation. And she will be talking to us. She will be sharing her experiences in impact of university industry partnership in securing funding for university developed technologies and spin-out companies, my area of interest. So over to you, Mika? Micah. Oh my God. I got it. Over to you, Micah. And just before she starts, just to talk a little bit about her, she's a well-learned lady with an MSc in economics, specializing in capital markets and global finance. The rest of everything, in the interest of time, please check the booklet. And if there is any area of interest in her profile that you would like to engage with her further, she will be willing to have that conversation. Thank you, Micah.
Thank you, Program Director. So good afternoon. I hope that you've all had lovely donuts. And I see I've got 20 minutes, so let's see how far we can get. The topic that I need to speak to you about, just see how this thing works, is really about the impact in university and industry partnerships in funding and commercializing innovation, especially spin-out companies. And I'm going to start by just observing some trends that we've seen in industry-academia cooperation from an SEZ perspective, and I'm from the Kucha Development Corporation, and then briefly go into a series of case studies of spin-outs that we are currently funding through our capital office at the Kucha Development Corporation in conjunction with private sector finance. So since the early 90s, we started really with the old THRIP programs, which were particularly successful in facilitating industry and academic cooperation. But there were two things that came out of that. We saw that the majority of the funding and the cooperation happened between industry and the how shall I put it, the more privileged universities. And it concentrated there. We didn't see much going to the second tier universities and the rural universities, and this was the first concern. The second concern was that what we found is that the amount of funding went down over time, both in nominal and real terms. So this is something that clearly had some sustainability issues, and that had some issues in terms of crowding in private finance. So going from there and looking at the various policies over the year, and I'm not going to take you through that, you're far more well-versed on those things than I would be. But typically what we found is that firms are more inclined to cooperate with public universities when A, there's government funding, incentivizing that, and B, with universities that have a reputation for R&D, innovation and quality. And that takes us back to the first-tier universities again, and it makes the case for specialization in universities to develop those centers of excellence we spoke about in the earlier session. The more successful examples of industry-academia cooperation was based on network models, which not only spoke to universities and firms, but often multiple firms, and other science and science councils and research institutes, together with other R&D partners. And we found that in a Coga context as well. So our primary research partner is the CSIR, and the reason why we've chosen to do that was through the CSIR, you essentially get access to the entire public research landscape, and they are able to connect us with the universities who specialize in specific areas where we see that there's potential to develop business cases and to commercialize innovation. What we also found is that interactions are more commonly initiated when industry comes forward with a problem and asks for a solution. Very seldom that universities use their expertise to actually initiate that interaction, and in that we're losing opportunities. Because from a firm perspective, you're looking at a microcosmos, and a firm would finance research and innovation and development really because it's looking for value. Either it wants to save money, or because it wants to access a new market, or it wants to improve the functionality of a particular product. So it's a very micro focus. But often these problems are also sectoral problems, and this is where we think that our public research landscape can actually start leading that debate, instead of just being responsive, because you also don't want to, there is a place for contract research, there is a place for consultancy, but you don't want to overwhelm that with short-term focus. And then finally, basically I've made that point, so, right. So that's typically where those interaction patterns come from. So when we look at the innovation landscape, and you all have this slide probably somewhere in the slide deck, but the point that I want to make with it is we tend to look from a public sector perspective, and this is also a public research perspective, as an innovation system, as a system. We sort of take an institutional view. Within that, what you want to do is you also want to match the type of funding modalities to the maturity of the technology or the R&D. So a lot of our public institutions, and typically it's public institutions that would provide first risk finance. So for example, over the tea break, Ricardo told me that the ARAC will be pumping roughly about 50 million rands into this particular institution for automotive-related research. We see the Technology Innovation Agency doing the first risk. So that is first risk finance, because at that stage, the failure risk of that technology is quite pronounced. Where we're failing as a country is around the transition to scale. It's around the commercialization, and that is a point that was amply made this morning. And the question is, how do you then bridge that gap? Because here's the thing. For every R1 that you spend on a technology to take it to patent stage, you're probably going to spend roughly about 50 to 100 commercializing it. And this is where the public finance needs to start moving into private finance, because now we're going to commercialize, now we're going to scale. Now, I just want to focus also on another thing that I've heard this morning, and this is the apparent institutional paradox. That balance that a university has to achieve between focusing on university interaction with firms and supporting its economic development mandate, supporting that catalytic mandate, and also, of course, that third income stream, which is becoming quite topical given our ongoing path of fiscal decline. So public sources and grant sources are starting to come under extreme pressure. But if it's grown in the store, you actually buy that food safely, you buy it fresh. You're starting to take things off like food miles. You're bringing in some sustainability elements, and this little business model actually appealed to us quite greatly. So going forward, and the business model that sits behind this, because we've spoken about growth towers, we've spoken about little boxes, that's not where the innovation sits. The innovation sits in the integrated business model, and this is what we liked about this business. So they've got an automated and decentralized management system that allows them to aggregate production across several micro farmers. And this, by the way, is blockchain-based, and it's one of the outputs that came out of the finance cluster that is operating in the Western Cape and one of our national innovation clusters. Their task is to transfer South Africa's payment systems over to a digital platform. But the spin-offs coming out of that research allows you to do all sorts of other stuff. And this is an example of how AI actually becomes the thing that allows us to bring marginalized and informal trading into the mainstream economy. So they can aggregate that production, they can run a smart supply chain, so they can match demand with production in real time. They've got a plant's genetic system that produces optimal growth per crop. They've got centrally cloud-controlled farming system, so the farming systems are all automated, and you've got optimal growth and precision automated and predictive farming with AI and Internet of Things. So this is the thing that made this particular project very bankable. So at the moment, we've taken them through their pre-commercial prototypes. The farming marketplace platform, this is another one. We didn't have the technology ready. They're busy developing it, but we didn't have it ready in South Africa. But through one of our trading relationships as an SEZ, we've managed to source that technology for them under open license from the United Arab Emirates. So it allows us to go and commercialize this model, but at the same time, it also allows us to reverse engineer and leapfrog, so that you don't have to fund all of that development de novo. And we've already started securing some offtake for them. This particular project is now in pre-commercial trials, and this is where they're located all through the city basin. And the ask, by the way, the financing that we're raising for them at this stage is 112 million. So if you thought a student entrepreneurship spin-out is necessarily small fry, it's not. And we're raising very successfully on this one. So the principles of IP spin-out acquisition, and this is what I want to focus on now, just to show you what we're looking for, and what I look for when I want to go and bank and invest in spin-outs and commercializing, is first of all, it's about much more than the innovation. I love talking to academics and researchers. They do fascinating stuff and you always learn a lot, and they're very passionate about it. But it's about so much more than the innovation. They will be able to explain at length this thing that they've developed, what it can do, and so on. But the question that I want to know is, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? And how are we going to do that? And how do we do that in the most cost-effective way? And how best do we finance and commercialize it? That is the discussion that we're having at late-stage funding, at commercialization funding. At early-stage funding, the discussion that you have is how innovative is this? You know, and all of the other science-related stuff. But when you're talking to the bankers, you need to come down a couple of notches because, again, the brain's trust isn't exactly what is represented in this room. So talk to us in a way that we can understand. So when you're looking at a particular spin-out that you want to go and finance, it's made much more attractive if it creates an ecosystem of strategic partnerships at work, because then it starts solving multiple problems, it becomes very bankable. And the principle at work and informing valuation is the principle of synergy, where the whole is worth much more than the sum of its parts. And you've seen this in the student enterprise, where a simple growth tower on its own doesn't make a business case. A growth box on its own doesn't make a business case. An IP cloud farming system doesn't make a business case. But when you start adding these elements together, you start getting to a very powerful business case, and you start getting to a very powerful social impact. The other thing that we're looking at is not only the IP, we're looking for that business model. And we're looking for cutting-edge business models that redefine the way things work. Now, one of my most exciting moments was the day when I walked into, I think it was somewhere in your engineering department, and this was about 10 years ago, and you showed me your first 3D printer. And once I cottoned how the thing works, as an economist, the light bulb moment for me is that this solves the production possibilities frontier problem in economics, the old guns and butter problem. You can produce so much butter, or so many guns, or any combination of the two challenges, how do you optimize it? It solves that. It makes that completely obsolete. And as an economist, when you start seeing those core constraints collapsing, an entirely new economy becomes possible, and we're seeing some very exciting developments in economic theory. So one of the other things that we're also seeing is that often the spin-out model is let's finance the spin-out as a separate entity. And sometimes it works better when you actually bring in a strong company and you implant that spin-out onto the strong company, because then you're taking a lot of the early venture failure risks away from that particular spin-out. Because you're putting it in an established a company that has maturity of systems, that has the credit records, that has the supplier accounts, that has the market access. And that elephant then becomes the lift through, the way that the mouse gets through the forest. Instead of leaving this mouse out on its own, where it has to cope with all of the typical business startup risks, and it is busy trying to mitigate a technology risk. It's too much, and that's why we see so many of them fail. So we're starting to implant in nice, strong companies. It also allows you to do some risk aggregation, and I see my director here is talking to me. And investor relations are key. We have to be strategic and focused. This is not a PR exercise, and we have to talk about market intelligence and vertical integrations. Can I have 5 minutes? I just want to show two very quickly. Okay, she says 3. So this is a project that we're working on. Our chemist in the physics department might find this interesting. It's a spin-out. It's a joint venture between the CSIR and Kucha. We're looking at plant fibers for automotive production, composites. So you see the non-wovens and the wovens, the various plant fibers. We've got a lot of pineapple fiber coming into the SEZ. We're very close to Agave americana and Cactus bacillarius. You see, I speak to scientists, so I learn these words. It's cacti in the Karoo. That you can use the leaf fibers to make quite interesting things. So the CSIR for years have been doing work with Mercedes-Benz South Africa and Volkswagen. This is what's happening internationally. What you're seeing is the Lotus Echo Elise. And what you're seeing is some of these rigid body panels are made from hemp fibers. And you're also seeing a lot of the thermo-molded components and the various other components in this particular vehicle. Major thrust in the auto industry. What's the problem? The problem is that many of these biocomposites, and what I'm showing you here is plant leather made from pineapples and also cactus leather. These are Peñatex and Deserto. These are companies that we've recently signed cooperation agreements with to be able to leapfrog and also to move into their markets. But the issue is that although the base is green, the polymers and the compounds that these things rely on for their functionality and strength are still petrochemically derived. So the problem that we're trying to solve is to actually come up with biochemicals and biocompounds to be able to make this a completely green product. What you see here on the screen is Bentley's 100-year anniversary. This is grape leather, luxury auto made from grape skins. And this is one of the products that our little setup will do. We've located it onto the SEZ in our multi-purpose facility. A very good place to incubate for commercialization is often an SEZ. And this is our first little industrial demonstration plant that we've set up there. Another project that we're working on, and I'm going to almost be finished, is a bioalgae project. Now, all of you who work with algae will tell me, Micah, the idea is not new. And it's had limited success. But here's the thing. It turns out that because we've got two ocean currents meeting, the warm Indian and the cold Benguela, it's a unique environment to grow very specific algae, and the CSIR happened to be the keeper of the National Algae Register. Also one that came through us through Green Cape and through a sister SEZ, the Saldanha Bay SEZ in the Western Cape, and they came and they said, can we work together on commercializing this one? So also, this one is pre-commercial. So the idea is that by 2050, all seagoing vessels have to have at least 40% of their fuel blend derived from bioresources. Algae is one of the options, especially the special super high-yielding, high-energy-yielding species that the CSIR is busy concocting for us or doing extensive research on. And what it will do for our economy is, first of all, we're starting to create lots, it's about 1,000 jobs that we will be creating growing the algae. And because this is a high-value commodity, because you're using it not for fish feed, but for biofuel, you can actually pay a lot more to these manufacturing workers. But it's also going to bring in a lot more sea traffic. So at the moment, we've got about 8,000 ships passing our shores every day, of which roughly about 400 call on South African ports. And nowhere on the southern seaboard do you have biofuel bunkering facilities. And by creating that, you're starting to bring shipping traffic in. That reduces cost of trade, and it has all sorts of multiple benefits in the community. The kind of ticket sizes that we're talking about, and just looking at the investment trends. So the food one, I told you, came in at 112 million. The biofiber facility, and it's now at the point of commercialization, and it's a 3-phase development. By the time we're done, we would have invested about 1 billion rand in private sector funding, debt and equity, into that particular business. And it's going to run at really, really nice free cash flow. It's a lovely little business. And then on this particular one, the initial ask is about 318 million euros. And that capital raise is also going particularly well because these are strong business cases. So just to give you an example of the kind of spin-outs that we're working from a Kuga perspective, and I'm going to skip quite a lot of these slides. And just to end off, so the ecosystem that produces businesses like these, and these are things that you focus on, what I've got in black on the screen is typically what a university and what the public sector would do. But when we start looking at our universities and we start seeing our commercialization portfolio as an extension and as a means through which we can achieve our social relevance and our engagement portfolio, a university becomes very different. So we start seeing an entrepreneurial university as not running a graduate entrepreneurship program as an exit option, but as an integral, embedded element in its curriculum. And that means problem-based learning and applied competency in context. It means student assignments, and research becomes early R&D, and we progressively develop this as we go along. A problem-based R&D agenda at all levels. And when we start looking at those early proposals, let's look at how we respond to that market and social need, and what the solution are to developing commercialization. And this is a discussion that I would urge you to have sooner rather than later. By the time you get to that startup, and this is when an enterprise comes out of a university incubator, the first external partnership that you're going to need there is now we're starting to talk financing and bankability boot camps. You then get your early and first risk funding to get to your prototyping. And the objective here is to start de-risking the business model, having already dealt with the technology in the first 3 phases. And then we're starting to commercialize, and this is where your private sector partnership becomes quite crucial, and that's why I've got it in red here. Thank you for your time and your indulgence.
Thank you very much, Micah. May you please just take a seat here because we're only going to take questions in the end of this session, if you don't mind. Can we give Micah a big fat hand of applause? And now we're going to call upon Prof. Denis Hatting, hoping that he's here. He's a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering and director of ENSA here in this university. And he's going to talk on, he's going to share the case study, University Industry Partnership for the Development of the World Core Technology.
Thank you, Program Director. I will try and speed up, but to stop an old professor is not going to be easy. But I will try and be entertaining this afternoon and not tell you what I want to do. I'm going to tell you what I did. And then you can be the judge whether we've been successful or not. So I'm not a person for theories, I'm a person for solutions. Yeah, I think I've been introduced. Thank you very much for that, Program Director. As you can see, I'm not that old, I'm actually quite young. I'm going to skip that slide, but that's what I'm going to try and cover with you today. But it's really going to be a very practical part. Where do I live? I live in a place called ENSA. It sits within the Faculty of Engineering, Built Environment and Technology. And all my bosses is here, so I'm a bit nervous. The people you see in the photograph there, that's my team. And that's the most important asset of being successful, I think, in the innovation space. We're about 70 people. You know, I haven't got the statistics of how many women there are, but there is quite a few, as you can see, and that's why I stay small. But really, that's the team that makes a difference. We're in existence for 21 years, about. Our turnover is about 70 million rand a year. So that gives you an idea of who and what we are. It's a self-funded institute. The only person salary paid in that group by the university is mine. So that's why I'm talking today. Very important for being successful, you have to have a good structure. And I'm not going to today spend time on the structure, but you can see there that, you know, we've got an outreach group that works with the industry doing supply development, a number of programs funding them there, the Technology Innovation Agents fund them, AIDC, Eastern Cape funds them. Then we've got a core group, engineer group that actually supports a lot of the know-how and the ability and the ability to deliver to industry. It sits in that group. We invest about 3.5% of our turnover into research. So we've got quite an active and a very focused research group. We've got a training academy. We house a national program around UHILU. And then you'll see the last block there is the 2 new kits in our team is composites. We're unpacking composites with Lufthansa and Airbus around damage control because a lot of aircraft is moving in that direction. And then we're also starting to play quite actively within the hydrogen space, but specifically in the space of component testing. And yeah, as an mechanical engineer with a lot of materials background, I'm very worried about our understanding of components we're going to put into the hydrogen space. So we're going to unpack that at a rapid rate. Yeah, some background. What do we do with industry? This is about an industry-academic partnership. And I must just say at this point, I will not answer any questions around commercialization towards the end. Those ones I will bypass. But yeah, we support about 150 SMMEs per year. We do about 300 individual training activities. We've got about 600 projects on our books that goes through our books every year. So we sign off quite a few projects every day. And you can now see why we need such a big program. We pride ourselves in technical assistance. We are not business people. So we are really there to make your product more competitive, to actually get it export ready. That's the type of things that we are really involved with. We really pride ourselves around engineering innovation in a very specific field and improve competitiveness. I've touched on that a bit. And then localization and export, in that part we play a bigger part. Unfortunately, it is a market that has been shrinking in South Africa, and we're going to have to really look at that a bit more aggressively. Let me skip this slide just for the sake of time. This is a very important slide for me, and it is, I'm not sure why it's cut off slightly, but if you want to work with industry from academia side, then you must have something to give them. And I've seen that mistake so many times from young researchers, where they want to work with industry, they want industry's money, but they don't have anything to sell to industry. So you have to work yourself into a position where you've got something that industry wants. And in 2004, I was in a disadvantaged university where industry came to us and said, we see you as the experts within the following field. Can we develop a research question? And at that point, we developed a research question, and you will see that I operate in the space of ESCOM and SASL. I've been working with them for quite a while. And at 2004, the research question was, how can we operate our plants, which are safety critical plants, safely beyond the original design life? In 2004 already, we've reached the end of design life for most of our power stations. But we've realized that it's not something that you can just, build overnight. We've got the history of Ndupi and Kusile, 8, 9, 10 years, and we're still sitting with plants operating at 60% of capacity. So that was very important for the partnership between private, public, and academia to understand what do we want to do. The next question you have to ask yourself is, can I assist these people? Can I assist them? Have I got the expertise to assist them as a starting point? And then the next one is how do we build this going forward? So a slightly faded picture on the bottom right there, but I think you can imagine from which country it is. But that failure cost South Africa 2 billion rand. All right? Why did it fail? Because our assets were not managed properly. And I can proudly say today that we have done something that prevented more failures like that. The current problem that we sit with is really in our new build programs, our new power stations that has got fundamental flaws in it. That means it's not aging infrastructure. It's new infrastructure that is not operating well. My focus is on the aging infrastructure, the 30-year-plus old power stations. Right, so the next thing you must do is you have to understand the context in which industry operate. The people that you're going to assist, the data that you generate in your lab, the solutions that you generate as an academic, do they tick the boxes that industry will be able to use them? And when I get to the case study, I will touch on this again. But industry, all our power plants is designed based on principles and codes. So in the space I operate, I'm legally governed by codes and standards. If I go outside of that, I'm going to be in trouble. And in engineering, we don't bury our mistakes. We go to jail for our mistakes. I cannot, as a professional research person, hide behind the university or a badly funded lab. At the end of the day, if I sign that document, I take responsibility in person for my advice to the industry. The next one there is, we realized that we're working on aged plant. So I cannot ask the ESCOM CEO to switch off a 600 megawatt turbine for me to allow me to go and take samples out and play around there, whatever. So we immediately at that early stage decided we're going to focus on a small sample evaluation technique. And proudly, it's in space that we are leading in the world at the moment. So we mapped, at the moment we are doing a lot of work around the petrochemical industry in trying to rank their older infrastructure so that they know where to focus replacement strategies and where they have to focus repair strategies. I'll give some statistics a bit later if the program director allows me. Right, so now we get to the topic that I was given. I didn't select this. I was told by a senior director in university that you need to talk about WorldCore. Ngobile, I do it. I kindly do it. So we've discussed 2004. 2004, when we met with industry, at that stage, I've spent quite a bit of time at the ILL and the ESRF in France, doing experimental work on getting an understanding of a simple thing like residual stresses in welded components. And that understanding of what the residual stress do in a welded component and how I manage that gave me the competitive advantage to make informed decisions for industry. We then started talking to them and unpacked the problem around how we can assist them. Now, if you look at the two pictures at the left of the screen, those funny looking, the one at the top with the 2 ears, that were the first welds we made in the lab. A complete disaster, all right? And I can remember 24th of December somewhere, I was summoned into an ESCOM lab, and I think I still lied to my wife what I'm going to do there. But in any case, sat with the ESCOM engineers, and I said to him, no ways, we cannot go down this path. And there was an old engineer, not an old engineer, same age as mine, at that stage, said, Philip de Bell, he said, there's enough evidence there to take this to the next step. And we then started working, really focused on developing a weld repair technique. Why a weld repair technique? We were not actually interested in the weld repair technique, but we needed a weld repair technique to repair the site where we're going to take out the small samples. So the welding, everybody makes a hype about weld core, and I get asked to talk about weld core. It's actually not about weld core. It's about the core we're taking out at the end of the day. But there's a timeline for you, and you can see it is, I always like the stats on the right-hand side. I'm going to need at least another 20 minutes. Sorry. So the cost there of 11 or 13,800 for the first project. We competed with TWI in the UK. They wanted to charge ESCOM 40,000 pounds. I said to ESCOM, we can do it for 13,000 pounds. And we spent 11 years, 250 hours of technical meetings, 30,000 hours engineering hours, and we spent 32 million rand on the technology up until 2011, 2013. And then we realized that we are welding within a coded space. So we then brought in a guy from America, John Swayze, and he helped us to get our weld core process accepted within the ASME 9 codes. And that allowed us to now start welding and doing repairs on pressure vessels. And from there on, we really moved forward very quickly. So I'm not going to discuss the details of the process. I will take the program director one side, and I will make sure she gets an understanding of that in lunchtime. But now, so we've got the welding process sorted out. We've developed the equipment, the platforms. What do you do with the samples? We now need to go one step further. We have to tell industry from the sample, from tests we do, what life do you have left? Can I operate it for another 10 years? Can I operate it for another 5 years? Because remember, we don't want accidents. We want to have a safe operating life. And that led us to develop the small punch creep testing facility, the methodology about testing, the whole science around that was developed here with researchers in Finland, because now we started to bring in the big guns over the world. They had something, we had something that excited them, and they had something that we wanted. And now we could sit around the table, and Finland, VTT Finland came, and they started work with us quite closely. So we, at the moment, within, it seems like the program director has cut me off now. So this is the biggest small punch creep facility in the world. Do you know where it is? It sits in the Boiler House, South Campus there at the back. Every piece of equipment that you see there was designed in-house by the ENSA engineers, built locally, and it is run by ENSA engineers. We generate a number of test data every day almost, and the main user of that lab at the moment is Sasol and ESCOM, by far Sasol. And what do Sasol do with it? We tell Sasol whether they need to replace or whether they can continue run a steam line. Just a bend on a steam line within the Sasol environment is around about 14 million rand. If you can continue that for another few years, you've saved a lot of money. So we've developed the ENSA small value chain, and again, you can see where we go from the weld core process, the coring, how we do X-ray scanning. That part is done by Stellenbosch University because we don't have that facility here. We then cut it up into discs. We evaluated discs, and we've developed the small punch creep testing and the small punch static testing, and that is the data we use then to assist companies with. So yeah, I think I'm going to definitely run out of time, but if I quickly can go to just one case study, and I'll try and run through this in 3 minutes. This is the Indrina turbines. 11, 12 years ago, Eskom came to us. Siemens condemned 10 turbines within the Eskom fleet. They issue a letter. A letter gets issued that they are condemned and you need to take them out of service. We then analyze the Siemens data. It's all mathematical models based on replicas taken from the surface. We then said, right, let's take a sample out with our weld core process, repair it, and let's analyze that sample. And I'm going to cut a very long story short. And this is actually such a nice story, so you are missing out, but you can blame the program director there. So there's some nice photographs there. But the bottom line is that if you look at that, that's the core that we removed on the left top there. We then analyze, we slice it through in this case, and we analyze the creep damage. The creep damage was localized. Now that line that you see there on the graph on the right is actually a profile line of that corner. The damage was so localized. And by just machining a 0.5 millimeter out in that groove, we reinstated with Siemens permission those turbines for another 10 years. They came out about 2 or 3 months ago. All right? And we are now again going to start looking at that. So that is the type of work that we've done. Right, so next slide. This is a bit on the serration grinding, and my bosses here will know that over the last 24 hours, I am struggling to get a contract through because on the 19th of September, we are back on site, and within 21 days, we will put 600 megawatts back into the grid, again by serration grinding technology developed within this university. Right, so it can be done. On the sideline, I do a lot of work in friction stir welding. We've helped the company localize. There's about 10 kilometers of welding in those trucks, and there's about 100 of those trucks now on the roads running. It's the only trucks in the world running with a friction stir weld in its tanks. All right, it's now being exported to Germany and the UK. Then this is a nice one to end off maybe with, and that is that a while back, the Americans paid us to go and help the UK nuclear engineers with doing some repair welding on some of their new nuclear build program. This is on LinkedIn. You can go and have a look there. At least I mentioned the university and the INSA people there. That's our international footprint. That's our local companies we work with. And that's the engineering team. But it's also the researchers. It's also the people that sometimes stands in the class. And that's what we do. We actually take our solutions to site, we apply it, we come back with the samples, we generate our own data, and we make informed decisions at the end of the day. Right, what did we spend on R&D to date? 42 million. What is the total revenue generated through applications within that first few basket? 118 million rand. All right? Total income over the last 21 years into the university through INSA, about 660 million rand. So that is quite something to be proud of. Right, and that is Program Director, the end of my story.
Thank you very much, Prof. Hetting. Please don't go down. Just take a seat for the questions later. Can we please give Prof. Hetting a big round of applause again? I think she has shared quite interesting stories, and maybe in future for the organizers, because there's so much interest and we're not doing justice to our audience here, please consider maybe half-day workshop for each topic or something so that you allow people time to delve into these issues. Our next speaker here is going to be online, so I would ask the technical team to help us with that. Is Prof. Paul Watts, a distinguished professor and a research chair in the Department of Chemistry in this university as well, and she's going to talk on the university SME partnership for the development of a process technology. I don't know what to do, where to look. While we're waiting, I like the point that you made, Prof. Hecting, on the emphasis on making sure that the universities produce what the industry needs. Because I think that's where we are stuck. Even the rate of unemployment is because we've got people that have been trained, spent years at universities, but the industry somehow can't just utilize them. I'm not encouraging that, but I'm pointing it out because it's one problem that has led us to be where we are as the country. Is there someone there? Prof, are you there? Is it possible that maybe you can show your face?
No.
Oh. Hello, Prof. We can see you, and you look nice. It looks like you are muted. Is it him or something from this side? Oh. They say press the green arrow, join audio. From your side. Can you see the green arrow? I don't know if the bottom, is it bottom left also on his side or it's something else?
Recording in progress.
It looks like we still can't hear you, Prof. Prof, can you try to say something? Okay, we can hear you. Please just go straight to your presentation.
chemicals on demand such that it's more effective for people to have them. Can you hear me now or not?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. So what we need to do is to be able to produce chemicals more effectively within South Africa. And this potentially has huge opportunities for the chemistry students who can potentially get jobs, and potentially new businesses could be generated to strengthen the economy. Now, I'm now going to swear very loudly over the internet with South African dialogue, and that is load shedding. Probably one of the biggest swear words that's muttered in South Africa, and I noticed even from Mumbai, you got cut off from Zoom just now. So what can we actually do from a chemistry perspective to address load shedding? The good thing is that South Africa is a really bright, sunny country, so using solar cells seems a very logical idea, but they're expensive. So can we do something from a chemistry perspective to actually make solar cells more cost effective? So a bit of background on silicon. Now, silicon is the material that's in solar cells, and there is a very large amount of it within the ground in South Africa. And the country sells approximately 130,000 tons of silicon per year, mainly to Germany. And to the nearest number, we sell it for about $1 a kilogram. But the silicon that goes into solar cells is then sold for something like $20 a kilogram. And electronic grade silicon, which is the material that's used to make microchips in your cell phones or computers, costs about $250 a kilogram. So we're not doing very well on this. We are selling material for about $1 a kilogram, and as you can see there, it is substantially more expensive. The other thing to look at on that slide is those numbers. Most people will know that most of my talks are generally around farm needs to be about 99.5% pure. But look at the purity values of that silicon. The silicon that's in solar cells is 99.999. Atomic grade silicon is 99.99999% pure. So these materials are really very, very high grade. Now, most of this is actually made by Siemens in Germany, and the way they do it from a chemistry perspective is horrific. What they do is they react the silicon, the stuff that we sell them for $1 a kilogram, at a very, very high temperature of over 1,000 degrees centigrade, and they react it with hydrochloric acid gas. Now, can you imagine trying to do a chemistry experiment at that sort of temperature with HCl gas? It's a highly dangerous process, which is why I guess they've got a huge amount of experience in it and can actually do it safely. And the intermediate that they make is what's called trichlorosilane, which is that HSICl3 that you see in the middle of the slide. And what they do is they make that, which is a very volatile liquid, and they then distill it to the 99.999% purity, and then disproportionate it back to high-grade silicon that you could put in electronic devices. Now, clearly these temperatures are very high, they're very dangerous, and it uses a huge amount of energy. So can you potentially do this process much safer? And this is something that some of my students started on when I moved to South Africa in 2013, where it's known in the literature that rather than using HCl, hydrochloric acid gas, as this process, you can simply use good old alcohol. So if you react silicon in the presence of alcohol with very specialized catalysts, rather than making trichlorosilane, you make triethoxysilane, which is that molecule at the top, and then disproportionate that back to pure silicon. Now, we know that this works. We've done it ourselves. And the good thing is, rather than having to work at over 1,000 degrees centigrade, the reaction actually works at about 200 degrees centigrade. So it's much easier to implement. The problem is if you try to do this in a round bottom flask in a university lab, the reaction only goes to about 30% because you start getting unwanted byproduct. And a 30% conversion to that intermediate just isn't cost effective. So one student who was in my group when I very first joined Nelson Mandela actually used the reactor that's shown on this picture here. You can see the size of it for the size of the student next to it. And what he actually did was to pump silicon slurries through the reactor to very high selectivity, about 98%, you could form what you wanted, the triethoxysilane, without any of the undesired byproduct. The problem was that the conversion of the silicon per pump through the reactor was only about 1%, which is just not good enough. So Fidelis Chigondu then went on to develop a much simpler system that was much easier to use. And what you see as the picture down in the bottom left-hand corner, what I've labeled a column reactor, that's about the size of the pen that you've all got in your hand. And what you can imagine is that you take the inside out of the pen and you've got a hollow cartridge, and you can just pack that with your silicon powder and then put it inside this furnace that's shown on the bottom right-hand side of the of the slide, and then you just pump ethanol through it at 200 degrees centigrade. And this worked absolutely beautifully. Clearly, it's a fairly small scale, but from a chemistry perspective, it worked wonderfully. And being a scientist, I've got to try and put at least one graph into a presentation. But what you can see is that at sort of 225, 245 degrees centigrade, you were getting pretty high conversion of the silicon, and it was in very high purity of the need for this type of application. The challenge now was how to actually scale it up. And what I will try to emphasize in this short presentation is how collaboration between disciplines is absolutely essential. And for this part of the project at the time, I worked very closely with Professor Hannelie Lombard in the engineering faculty. And what you see on this slide is a sketch of what the reactor would look like. And next to it is a rather dirty looking picture. But what you've got is now, rather than a pen-sized cartridge, you've got a reactor which is about 20 centimeters in diameter and 50 centimeters tall. And that's packed with silicon powder, about 10 kilograms. And you just pump ethanol vapor in at the bottom, and it goes up through the bed of silicon, and your product very nicely condenses out at the end of it. So we're able to go from a reactor that worked at sort of a gram scale up to a reactor that worked at about 10 kilograms of silicon material. And again, collaboration with engineering, absolutely essential here. The next step then is to take that triethoxysilane that you made with your alcohol and convert it into silane. Again, this was optimized, quite a lot of chemistry to get to this point. Various catalysts were investigated, etc. But literally, by doing this reaction at about 40 degrees, so this was very mild, in a matter of a few minutes residence time, you could produce SiH4, which is a gas. Now, this is really, really dangerous. Silane is more explosive than hydrogen, so you do not want to collect it. You do not want to try and put it in a bottle because it's a massive health and safety risk. So what you want to do now, you've got your high purity silane, you want to actually convert it into your solar grade silicon. So again, collaboration here is essential. I'm not an expert on converting gases in a CVD chamber into materials. So now we needed to collaborate with physics. The initial contact was Prof. Andre Venter in physics. And what you see in this slide is a system that physics helped us build, where on the left-hand side, you've got sort of a continuous flow reactor that produces silane gas, and it just flows straight into the CVD, which the physics department had made 20 years ago. But inside that cell, you can actually grow solar-grade silicon material. We've not got there quite yet in terms of scale, but what we want to produce is solar silicon chunks that look something like this. Interestingly, if I was in the room and held one of these lumps of solar grade silicon up, it would look like a block of silver. It's an incredibly shiny metallic material, and hopefully that material is of sufficient purity that you can actually put into a solar cell similar to the ones that you see there in front of the main building on campus. One thing that I wanted to say was, if you actually looked at a reference at the bottom of one of the chemistry slides, you will have seen that some of the original research that actually led to this development was conducted in 2016. And one challenge is what I call the innovation chasm, where as a result of funding challenges sometimes, it can be very difficult to rapidly sort of prototype and take pioneering research ideas to a point where they can actually be commercialized. But nevertheless, we got there in the end. The other thing it's imperative for students or other academics that wish to be involved in commercialization activities is close engagement with the Innovation Office, where the original key method in terms of the selective trialkoxysilane synthesis was patented, and you can see there the list of countries that it's now patented in. And so the university holds quite a good patent portfolio to enable some research money hopefully to come back through the university when it's commercialized properly and the company starts making money out of this. So in conclusion, we've sort of done basic research, which demonstrated at a small lab scale you could form specific chemical intermediates safely in a research laboratory. And then in collaboration with both engineering and physics, we demonstrated that you could take that material and convert it into an added value process. And it's now being commercialized through a company that's been involved with the university for a couple of years. So hopefully now I'll show a slightly more positive picture. What we want to see is a street that looks something like this every night, rather than our load shedding that drives us absolutely mad. It's interesting that I've not had load shedding in Mumbai for the last week, even though India has some challenges as well. So I must acknowledge the students that have done this. This research was conducted by Fidelis Chigondo initially, and then over the last few years, Francis Matty in my group and Martin Bardenhorst, who worked with Hanley in engineering, have done a lot of the development work to actually take this forward. So that's my perspective on doing sort of chemistry and innovation. And I'll end the presentation there, and thank you again for the invite. And I hope this link has been fairly clear for you to hear me.
Thank you very much, Prof. Watts. I hope you had a round of applause that is directed to you. Thank you very much. Please don't go away. We're just going to take 1 or 2 questions. Can we have 1 or 2 questions? 2 hands. Thank you. Anyone helping us with the mic?
Yes.
You are not, you cannot escape the question.
So again, Petrus from chemistry. My question was for Prof. Watts initially anyway. Prof, I'm not sure if you're aware, but as South Africa, we're very rich in resources such as fluorine-containing compounds and lanthanide compounds on the western coast, and fluorine throughout the country, specifically on the escarpments and stuff like that. What strategies could you suggest as a university should we be approaching in order to be able to make use of these compounds, and then also or produce processing methods in order to be able to process these raw materials and then be able to export them for profit, obviously?
Next question.
Hi again. My question goes to Ms. Micah Welch. Sorry, I was just drinking the water from the catering, and it has so many things, flowers, rainbows, sunshines, everything. Now my mouth tastes like an entire garden. So, yeah, Ms. Micah, my question is in regard to the slide where you showed the ladies vending in the street there and how they can possibly be helped with this venture that you're busy with. My question is, when these ladies get absorbed into this market and work with these large retailers, how do we ensure that they maintain their independency as entrepreneurs? We don't want the risk where they get absorbed into this market and end up being mere employees and losing their independence as entrepreneurs only to be employees. And in terms of the skills as well, because I know in this field of vertical farming and in that area of expertise, it's a field that is very, very skill intensive. So in this stage of testing where you're at, what is the work that you're doing with those ladies? Are you training them in any specific field in order to equip them when the project is finally implemented? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the questions. Prof Watts, maybe address the first question that was directed to you. Prof, did you get the question?
No, I didn't. I think the microphone was turned off. I heard Petra start to speak and say that the question was for me, but then I lost all sound.
Okay, we're gonna ask the question again.
So, Prof, you had a very good presentation of how we've utilized our natural silicon resources to produce and provide a method for producing pure silicon for photovoltaic cells. But silicon is not the only natural resource that we're very rich in. And other resources we have are fluorine-containing compounds and lanthanide compounds found along the western coast. How, as a university, should we be aligning ourselves with strategies in order to determine ways of making use of these compounds that we find so naturally within our ecosystem, but that just get exported out to other countries? A key example is manganese. We have massive piles of manganese ore lying here in the harbor and next to the city, but they get exported to other countries to be processed there and then re-imported to be made use of here.
Thank you, Petrus. I'll pick on one of the first things that you said in that question, which was fluorine. There are certain people in the room who are aware that another project that I'm involved in is actually the manufacture of a fluorinated organic molecule, which is going to be one of the ingredients used in the AIDS drugs project. In that particular project, we will be making about 100 tons of fluorocytosine per year. So the fluorine, for example, we're already exploiting within the group. Look, with regard to the other materials, I can't do absolutely everything. There are lots of other academics within the chemistry department that can start thinking of some projects. But I absolutely agree with you that using this type of approach of doing more efficient chemical processing, we as a university should be aligning with what materials we are able to do something of value with, and then actually sell the world expensive intermediates rather than the feedstock at very low prices.
Thank you, Prof. Watts. I think that was the only question directed to you. The next question was to Micah, and then we'll take the last one probably to Prof. Hetting.
Thanks. So let me talk about the empowerment model in terms of getting our fruit and vegetable sellers off the street and into the formal economy. So there's these three principles there. The first one is that the women actually own the growth boxes and that they contract growers. So what you will have is that our student venture will actually aggregate the market and make that market. And the woman would then be awarded a specific contract at a specific site to produce produce there, and also to supply other sites if in certain cases you want a specialized production and so on. Now, by aggregating the market, you're also addressing another dynamic. And that is, if she sits on the street and she's selling vegetables and she's doing the negotiating, and you're not aggregating that market, you can actually play producers off against each other, and they're not in a very strong negotiating position. So what you want to do is you want to take that dynamic out. And that's all around the market making and securing the offtake. And whatever she doesn't sell in that store on that particular day then gets swept into a centralized commodity market that then goes and sells that elsewhere. So that then gives her the commercial model, it gives her the ownership model. And we're also not giving them the boxes, they actually buy this. So in that deciding to take up this business, she makes an investment decision. And it also establishes a series of baseline rights, because, I mean, ultimately you need to ensure that that market performs, you need to ensure that she can service her box, and you need to be able to do that. So she becomes an equal participant here, because she's not a beneficiary of a welfare program. And the last element in this particular one is that, yes, there is some training involved. But the training, by the way, is not really about the growing, because these boxes are automated. So you would seed them, and then it goes into a complete system, because you want to get a consistent product. So if you walk into a particular chain supermarket, you expect, even if you're buying celery, a particular standard of celery from a particular supermarket brand. So you need to standardize that, and you need to be able to control that quality. But where you want to put your training effort, and this is what we do, is to then further, specifically around business development, specifically around identifying alternative and additional markets, and also in terms of understanding the principles on which this artificial technology works and how they can apply that elsewhere. Because the idea is this is a start, and it's an initial market offtake stimulus, but then we take it further, and there she really starts directing her own path forward.
Thank you very much, Michael. One question for Prof. Hector, if there's any.
Thank you for the presentation, Prof. Hatting. I might have missed this because I stepped out for a few minutes during your presentation. But this morning, the panel was talking about the different models they've used to collaborate with industry. And your group has had very extensive interactions with industry. Can you share with us what are the successful models that have enabled your group to do the work that they've done today?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and the answer is very simple, and that is that if you don't have something that you can give to industry, don't give it. So you build your expertise to the point where you can be of value to industry. And I've seen so many projects fail 20%, or sometimes even a lot of money wasted with people just not getting to the answer that industry want. And that actually gives academics a very negative connotation. You know, we are known as people that publish, that our solutions are put into shelves, gathers dust, you know, and that is because at the end of the day, when you present your data or your results or your decisions to industry, they say, well, we can't use it. It's not suitable for our environment. And they won't lie for you. If they can use your stuff, they will pay you. They will fund your research. They will fund your team.
Wow, thank you very much. Can we give a hand to this wonderful team here? I think it was a very interesting session, and during lunchtime, for those who did not get the opportunity to ask questions, please engage with our brilliant panelists here. We will be moving to the next session, But before that, let me give some token of appreciation here from the organizers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. The last session before lunch, which we will try to keep it as brief as possible. It's about the funding support that is available to support university industry partnerships. I'm going to call upon Mr. Dimakatso Kumu to come on stage, Ms. Malise Ndlovu, Mr. Kwena Mutloi, and Mr. Masakane Mlamla. Please join me on stage as fast as you can. People are hungry, they're gonna start biting one another. Who's missing? And you are? Masakane. So it's Kwena. Yeah? You ukhona la. Okay, while we wait for Mr. Kwena to join us, maybe let me reintroduce myself again in terms of the responsibilities that I have at the Department of Science and Technology. Now that we're gonna be talking about the funding and business incubation support. In the Department of Science and Innovation, we have a number of innovation instruments to help speed up the technology development and commercialization of our local IP. We have various instruments that support the incubation of technologies. We have specific funding for commercialization at 2 levels, the pre-seeding and the seeding up to the actual commercialization, the expansion, the market expansion. Dr. Cele earlier mentioned the Innovation Fund, which is sitting under my care at the moment. There we're looking at early stage development and then the market expansion, upscaling and so on. But the aim of the Innovation Fund is basically to de-risk and then open up for the private sector to be able to invest. From our side, it may seem that the money that we disperse every year through the Innovation Fund is quite big, but it's not when you compare with what the private sector is putting. At the moment, we're sitting at 6 times leveraging effect. For every rand that we put of Innovation Fund, then the private sector will be investing 6 rand. We're sitting in a space of 2 years of the 490-something million that we invested, the private sector gave us about 3 billion. That's just how we are breaking that wall of less investment from the private sector into our local IP in the space of science, technology, and innovation. There are other instruments like the Seed Fund program, which is sitting at TIA, of which Ms. Ndlovu here will be able to touch a little bit on that. We also have R&D tax incentives that was established to support and enhance this university industry collaboration. There's also Sector Innovation Fund, which is sector-based. The one that I love to refer to most of the time, maybe because I'm coming from KZN, there's sugarcane, is the one that is directed to the sugar industry, and you have big companies like Hewlett, Ilovo that are participating. So as government, we put in a certain portion, and then the private sector will add on to that. But without wasting your time, I will allow my panelists here to introduce themselves and the organization that they're coming from, and then touch a bit in terms of what is it that they are doing in their space of responsibility, or the organization as a whole, where they are coming from, that is directed to supporting the business incubations and intended to enhance university industry partnership. I'm gonna start here with Mr. Dimekazo Kum.
Thanks and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dimakatso Khomu, and I work for the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. One of the programs that I'm responsible for is TRIP. I'm sure most of you might be familiar with it. What we administer a fund, which is one of the lowest funds, unfortunately, but not due to our commitment, but due to the uptake. I think it has been alluded to here in terms of that we need more funding in research, but we need more applications, unfortunately, from our perspective, as we are not getting the response that we are actually looking at. So, sorry, we had prepared a little presentation. I don't know, will we go through that? Or? I can take 5-6 minutes just to touch on a few points of what it's for. Yeah. So basically, the technology and human resource program was reviewed about 4 years ago. Since then, that's when the decline started, and yes. And but with good news, we are currently embarking on a review process. So we are starting to engage with our stakeholders. We have started with Limpopo, with Univen, and also I think Western Cape University about a week ago. And if you are interested, on the 19th of this month, I'm not sure if some of you have been invited, we have a roundtable that will be virtual. If you are interested, I'll send the organizers the details so that you can actually participate. So basically, I'll just skip most of the things due to time in terms of what it requires in terms of the conditions. But the main one, you must be a registered entity. That includes also non-profit organizations. And you must have a partnership agreement, very important. The partnership agreement must be clear, it must be legally vetted, so it must also have some kind of commercial sense. And that's where we've seen projects are actually failing due to non-compliance with their own agreements with other parties or their partners. And we cannot stress that further, because when the project fails, we fail to disperse funds. The next cycle, we cannot actually get additional funds. So you must partner with institutions of higher learning. Also, the NRF, you can partner with it. And we focus on science, engineering, and also technology. So our aim is actually to bring business, institutions of higher learning, science institutions, and also government, but reducing drastically the funding in terms of you being able to achieve your outputs in terms of what you will, or what your applied research will be for. And there must be a business case to it. We cannot stress that further. So we do not fund basic research, it's applied research. And from applied research, we also have a pipeline in terms of another program that we administer, which is the support program for industry innovation, which you can then assist you to take to commercialization or take your product to market, which should be the aim based on what the outcomes are. Remember, one of our key objectives is to actually create employment and to create competitiveness for South Africa. So that's still a pillar for us. So in terms of the funding criteria, the maximum you can get is 90%. And I think dealing with SMMEs, TRIP is not the business case, meaning it's not the funding for the business, but the outcome which you'll take to market should be seen as the ultimate goal, so to speak. And those are some of the problems I think we've been having, where you find applicants continuously apply, get approval, then they finish the project, they move on to another project without having been commercializing the previous projects that they've been funded for. So we'd actually want to see the exploitation of that intellectual property going forward. So we are very biased towards transformation. We are very biased towards SMMEs. In terms of the funding, we do fund a maximum of 5 million rands per year, which is, the period is 3 years. So if you take that, that's 15 million. That's the maximum you can get from the incentive. And when we're looking at a scheme of things, currently we've got a liability of about 340 million odd of projects which are in the pipeline. The problem with that is that those projects are taking beyond 3 years. So you find people are changing their partners, they'll move from this university to the next, or one of the product lead will fall off and so forth. So please, as a business, try to minimize that as best as you can. We do fund machinery and equipment to the value of 500,000 or 500,000. In terms of patents, you can have a separate application that will amount to a maximum of 1 million rands. And also we do fund in terms of legal services or IP agreements and drafting and so forth to the value of 50,000. That's a once-off per project. So the process is straightforward. Our applications are on the website. We've got about 15 programs, which hopefully you can also consider some of them. Some of them are very useful, which is market access, meaning we can assist you to market your product. We can assist you to go to other platforms internationally to actually participate and showcase your product or your invention, so to speak. So one of the key steps in terms of this process is that once we have done a basic assessment of your application, we have about three consulting firms, which we can appoint one of them to come and actually assess or do a basic assessment of your project in order for us to give us a report that will enable us to take a decision. So it's application, that is the office we had, and then we go into committees. The committee is the one that takes the final decision in terms of funding. Now, if you look at this map, this shows you that since the new guideline, so to speak, has been published, we have had a huge decline in participation in terms of provinces. If you look at the Eastern Cape, we only had 2 applications. And I think only one which is, was completed and one is still in process. So based on that, I think, I will take questions later. Okay, thanks. So that's the thing. I think the biggest thing with this program and challenge is the issue of compliance. And I think the requirements since the takeover have changed drastically with the focus and aim towards industrialization. And that's what we want to see. I think it was said here to say there's a lot of material being, well, thank you, Chairperson. So that is what we need. We need product and projects that can actually lead us towards greater employment, better participation, and also competitiveness. So that's our contact details. You can contact us, and please participate on the 19th if you can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumu. We will take the questions at the end. So I'm just going to allow Melissa Ndlovu from the Technology Innovation Agency. Just introduce yourself a little bit and your responsibilities.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to our host at the university and all the esteemed guests. I'll introduce myself while they're loading my slides, and in the spirit of time, I should be done in 3 minutes. My name is Malisa Ndlovu. I'm a Senior Business Development Manager at the Technology Innovation Agency. TIA is an agency of the state that is, our direct principal is the Department of Science and Innovation. So we are mandated to support the development and exploitation, or rather commercialization, of South African intellectual property. My role in this entity sits at the direct translation of our TIA investments, which would have been emanated from all of you in your respective fields, sectors, and corporations, academia, wherever you are. The IP that sits in your heads, if it comes through to our entity, I would be able to support translating that into economic opportunities. I'm going to skip a lot of slides because I've given background on everything, on who we are, and you've seen our logo on previous presentations, so we are very and highly affiliated with the university and proud of that. Just a bit on why. This is because we did not have many interventions that were able to bridge having innovation that is at prototype level and converting that into product and services in the market. So a lot of good ideas would die in the process along the innovation value chain. So this is where TIA was created, so that they'll be able to bridge that and connect that into the marketplace. I need to just allow you to look at that. This is basically all the funding instruments that we have, but I'll also highlight on just a few others that were not mentioned on this main slide. It's around, I think most of the audiences would be familiar with the seed fund. The seed fund is a fund that supports early stage, let's just say, applied research outputs. At that juncture where now you want your idea to crack that hard stage where you want to validate what is it that you have and how is it going to survive the many hurdles that you're going to encounter beyond. But so the fund is just to help you seed and translate what has been a concept into an applied research, into an output, and now you have to have it as a prototype. I will share these slides. Apologies for moving swiftly. I have to really catch up to that 3 minutes. And the Technology Development Fund, as you've seen, the notes are there as well. It's just to help you have a concrete journey towards developing your technology and then getting it to a point where now it's market facing. When it's at that point, you have much more commercial related problems to solve. And the sooner you can solve it while the technology is being developed, the better. My colleague had already given you a perspective on what the investment and commercial side of things looks at when it comes to opportunities. So we also support that because we need to make sure that the investments and the money that we put on behalf of the state actually has a tangible ROI to it. And with that, we also then rope in partners and early investors that can come in and also participate in this particular fund where they can just maybe contribute because we have a vested interest in having oversight to that investment, but also making sure that it reaches the marketplace so that both the state, which is us, and the private investors will be able to receive their expected returns. The Innovation Fund, I think I will borrow from the program director. She has provided with all clarity around why it was conceptualized from the state, by the state, for the benefit of our national intellectual property to scale. And there are cases where we are proud that as an entity, we were able to take South African IP into international markets through the help of the Innovation Fund. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Melissa. I'm just going to quickly call on Mr. Masakane Mlamla.
Good afternoon. I'm going to pretend like I'm going to read from my slides because I understand that I'm standing before you and lunch. So I'm going to try and be as quick as possible. I'm from Propeller Business Incubator, which is a high-tech incubator focusing on ensuring that we create a pool of business entities and ventures who are able to help the country grow moving forward, especially in the SME space. There are a couple of ideas that I just want to talk about, especially in this conversation, which is about funding. So the organizations that are on stage are organizations that we work closely as Propeller. And these are organizations that we're working with in terms of facilitating the process of ensuring that young people who come to Propeller have got an opportunity to interact with such organizations. So you can imagine as a young person with an idea who has no idea in terms of how this process works, and you come to spaces such as Propeller, then we're able to help you link with those organizations that are currently organizations that are actually providing this sort of funding that is available. I won't talk much about what Propeller does, but the key focus that I wanted to talk to was around the ecosystem that Propeller has built over the last couple of years. One is the ecosystem around businesses that are providing funding support. Secondly is the ecosystem that is around businesses that are providing mentoring and coaching support for business entities or ventures that are within the Propeller group. And over the last couple of years, Propeller has incubated over 240 businesses that is helping businesses from ideation up until prototype, which is very important work that needs to be done in terms of helping the young people who are in the room to think clearly around how do you actually get to do it. So you've got this business idea, but what's the process that actually involved in you being able to actually take this forward? At the very same time, what becomes critical is that this work you cannot be able to do in isolation of these sort of entities. That is, you need to ensure that all of these challenges that you will face, you have different solutions that can be able to support you in that particular process. And these solutions are only possible if there are collaborations that are actually taking place. That is bringing the private sector into the conversation, interacting with the government agencies to support in terms of the funding process, to bring the private sector as well in terms of being able to mentor and coach you and support you in the process up until your business has developed a prototype. I'm also happy that I'm in the room where there's a number of businesses that Propeller has actually supported over the years. And I've actually seen about 4 of them in this room today who are actually thriving businesses. And I think the role that we have to play together is to increase coordination and cooperation between these different entities. At the very same time, create that very strong ecosystem that will enable hundreds of young people to find entrepreneurism as an exciting concept. On the other side, I think we also need to think carefully around how do higher learning institutions create this pipeline that is important? What is our role as higher education in creating this pipeline of entrepreneurs, not only as a subject, but as a way of thinking and being able to find solutions to challenges that actually exist. And then lastly, how do you also think about all of these research topics that we are talking about and we are busy with? How do you make sure that these research topics are also bankable? That is, these topics that we talk about can also be commercialized at some end, because we need to ensure that all of this knowledge of work that we have is actually knowledge that ends up contributing to the SME environment, but also contributing in terms of helping with economic growth in this particular country. So the long and the short program director, I'm not sure what was happening with my slides, but the long and the short is that what becomes critical is that we need to increase collaboration, ensure that the kind of conversations that we're having as students, as academia, are also in turn supporting the maximum impact that's needed in terms of helping South Africa grow. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mlamla. Mr. Kona, could you please come close by? The last but not the least.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director. And as introduced, Kwena Mutloyi from the National Research Foundation. So we are the researching and people that are typically known as academics in the space. But I think today the question is a bit different. How do we actually drive industry/academia collaborations to ensure that we support startups? So the presentation is basically mainly based on what the NRF should be doing and the role that the NRF is playing in terms of partnering with industry to drive commercialization of the research output from the programs that we fund. So there's a lot of slides that I'm going to be skipping. This is just a depiction of where the NRF sits within the National System of Innovation. We fund research in the sense that we're an agency, and we also perform research through a variety of our research performing entities, the likes of Itemba Labs, the likes of Sarau. I saw one of our entity has a cubicle outside there. So I'm going to be jumping through a lot of slides because they are not relevant to the question of the day. But as we drive collaboration between industry and academia, the one question that we should always be asking ourselves is, how do we collectively create a sustainable and agile system that is impact-orientated to ensure that we drive the creation of impact within the national system of innovation, particularly for supporting university startups and innovators. So in that, we have developed a partnership, industry partnership strategy that drives the agenda to ensure that there's always collaboration between industry and academia. And I will also speak about why that collaboration is actually needed and why the NRF is actually playing a leading role in ensuring that it drives networking and collaboration and partnerships between the two wings. So we had to define what falls under industry and what falls under academia. I think that is just self-explanatory. There's a nice picture there of two guys trying to join, those two arms of critical stakeholders that we mainly work with at the NRF. But of critical importance is that we don't look at research in isolation. I think my colleague from TIA actually touched on the fact that research outcomes and outputs feeds what happens within the innovation value chain. So what is typically happening in South Africa is that there are gaps. Everyone, all entities seem to be pulling in their own little directions. We are not, coordinated. We're still operating in a very fragmented manner. So to that, we had to conceptualize, it's still in conceptualization stages, a program to ensure that what comes out as academic research output gets seamlessly graduated for seed funding, for THRIP funding, for tech development, to drive commercialization of research output. You also touched on the fact that there's a lot of knowledge, that is being produced by these academic institutions, but it never translates to commercialization exploitation. So the program that we are trying to conceptualize, of course, with other stakeholders and players in the national system of innovation, because we are mainly driving research, the likes of TIA. So I think this slide I'm going to skip. It just shows about, it talks about what are the detrimental effects of us not collaborating. So these are some of the partnerships that we got into, signed with industry. Some of them are actually international players. I'm happy to share these slides, and I'm happy to answer questions maybe during lunch because now we are pressed for time. But of most importance is that why do we need to be partnering? One, partnership enables financial sustainability. These call for proposals that people need have to be funded. And we do know that in the system, money is always a challenge. So it enables us to attract investment opportunities that allow us to open this call for proposals for innovators to apply to get money to fund their businesses and the likes. It also enables us to drive commercial exploitation. Industry needs to adopt the academic output that comes from universities through commercial contracting. It also enables us to form joint programs. You might have seen in the NRF, we have partnered with the likes of Sasol and we funded a lot of research. We are actually in the process of launching another postdoc program that is going to be launched in the next few weeks, so please look out for that. It also enables us to place graduates. We're always complaining about people not getting jobs. When you partner with industry, these are the doors that you are actually opening. I'm not going to talk about lessons, not that we have not learned any lessons, but for time reasons. So I think that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Can we please give another round of applause for this team? I'm going to allow questions. I think one question per panel member, that will do, so that we can move to the next phase of this day. Questions?
Just one here. I want to talk to my TRIP colleague. I think learnings from the previous sessions of the industry collaboration, in fact, what Danny spoke about, that how to do it, is for the university to provide what industry needs. You're not going to get industry jumping to look for collaborators in academia. It's the other way around. Fortunately, I was part of the 3 people at the NRF, and it was thriving because academics do research, so they run for industry to become partners rather than the other way around. Because academics respond better to agencies that support them, or the partnerships that support them. For example, that was the NRF. I'm not saying, I think it should go back to the NRF or CSIR or whatever, but an agency that academics are familiar with, and they are the ones to recruit industry. So I know you're doing a review, but I promise you the review will say it's not a government role. To optimize it, you need academics to take the lead, and they will find the partners.
Oh, okay. No, thanks for that. I think we must be conscious on how the department, or how it actually reviews and comes up with programs. It's not something that officials in the department sit and take a decision. It's a process where research is conducted. Once the research outcome comes out, inform what the program will look like. And I think when a program is implemented, this is when you then look at what are the shortcomings of that programs. And it should be, the second reiteration of it should be better, hopefully, or have better outcomes than the previous one. And I think that's where we say participation is very important. But maybe just to take you on a different route, we have seen that with most of our programs, when business leads, we get more results, right? But then that also has to involve communities. That also has to involve societies. In this case, I think how the previous trip was, we should have done better to get a better product that can actually give us more results. I think our objectives and your objectives are totally a bit not equal or straightforward. There's a bit of a difference there. As I said, the focus for us, it's the outcome that will result in job creation, it will result in competitiveness, and will give us some kind of an edge, I think, going forward. And the vision of it, or what we visioned, is that it will create sustainability for SMMEs and businesses. That will create jobs for the same graduate. That will create more income for the same academia in order to conduct more research, to inform the research. So what I would say is that please participate as much as you can in this review so that we are able to move forward.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Apologies, I just wanted to play devil's advocate. Before I joined TIA, I was doing R&D for the private sector for a international company. So I will be skipping anybody that would ask me question, then I'll answer during lunch because I want to balance and play devil's advocate on this one. It is a very important point to address in this conversation. Just out of clarity, and it can be fact-checked anywhere. The business needs of industry is around capitalization. And if they have to seek expertise, make no mistake, they have considered the choice of inbound. How do we hire those expertise into our premises so that we can retain that for our good use? I'm talking about this high expertise. And also another thing is that if they have to then now seek the likes of Prof, I'm talking the motivation of industry going to academia. If they have to go to the likes of Prof Hatting, it is because this expertise there are so tied up to the academia that they want what is surrounding the ecosystem of the academic rigor and IP that comes out of his existence. They were willing to pay for it because they couldn't hire him in-house in any case. So the partnerships have to be looked at a sense of unmet needs. What is unmet on the business side and what is the unmet on the government side? And that fine line has to be looked with a very fine-tooth comb. And the only thing that will make sure that partnerships are secured, it is when there is common outcomes, money and social good, and or either socio-economic outcomes for the translation of what the academia is providing. Thanks.
Maybe just to throw a spanner in the works, why shouldn't it be both or either way? Because this is business, regardless of who initiates. But then if the outcomes, we agree on what the outcomes should be, then it should be.
Thank you.
No, I'm covered.
Oh, hallelujah.
Hi. Hello. Hi. Hi. Thank you so much. Very insightful from the different speakers, getting to understand what is it that they do, the organization. My name is Ayanda Lande, and I'm one of what Propeller is indicating of the companies that have been assisted. And I'm so grateful for that. And how I wish that there could be, while we're talking about digitalization, there could be an app where it could be able to put together the different entities to do with what they do. And you as an entrepreneur or as a business person, you know which level you at, you are being assessed to be taken to the right organization and get assistance rather than the different companies being solo. So collaboration, I'm also with that, is the main key. My question is with NRF, and I'm in the skills development sector, and what I do is work readiness and mentoring. So what I find you mentioned about with the collaborations with the different companies that you're working with, they would get to absorb learners for employment purpose. Is as much as they are given those opportunities and you want to foster work readiness and mentoring, they never really take that as something that is quite vital and serious. They focus on the work, and then when they leave, you'll find out that's only after that they realize that they haven't really invested on their development. They still don't know what is it that they are looking for. They're just looking for money. From the research, is there something that has been made available when it comes to these incentives that that government does roll out for work. But you'll find out that the individual is still not properly developed. They don't really focus on, investing on themselves so that they can channel themselves through the right opportunities. Is there any research that has been done in that, any collaboration, any companies that will probably also experience the same? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I think your question and concern is actually very valid. And based on my experience, the simple answer to a huge degree is no, right? We had a meeting last week, as you might have heard when I was presenting, that we are going to be launching a postdoc fellowship program. I invite even this university to apply. It will be publicized, made public, maybe in the next few weeks. We're still trying to develop a way of how do we pitch it to the audience. And I'm sitting here as well as a product of an internship program that I was part of, I think 12, 15 years ago, back at TIA, Cape Town, right? What typically happens in internship programs is that you find situations where a young graduate, fresh out of varsity, is hired. But the organization that absorbs that person does not have a program, to say this person, after this 12 months or 18 months that they spend here, we must either absorb them permanently, or we make sure that they become more employable post the time that they would have spent here. The issue is that they are just hired without a solid or a set program, That's why in most cases you'll find that they're complaining about being made to do, manual jobs, take minutes, go print copies, do this and do this and do that. So that's what we were trying to stop with this fellowship program, that we are not going to hire people at PhD level, only to employ them to do these things. So we need to develop a structured program, focusing on the job training and also personal development to ensure that post the time that they spend with the NRF, wherever they will be placed. In my time, it was still managed by the NRF, but we were placed, in different entities. I was placed at TIA Cape Town. And a lot of the products that came out of that program are actually, employed permanently in senior positions, a lot of them in senior positions within the system. I think at that time, it was a very well-functioning, structured internship program. I remember we used to be called to go present your project, what are you doing? So those are things that say, beyond what you do at work, at least there's a personal development element. Are we training these people to go for presentation skills? If they have an entrepreneurial edge or drive, are we training them on how to write, proposals? Are we training them, giving them first level management training that they may need as personal development to ensure that post the internship program, they are more employable, they walk out as different people than they were when the internship started. So the key, let the program be structured. When they come in from day one, it must be well known what they are going to do and the expected outcomes, and then they make sure that they are monitored, their training and development is monitored throughout the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. Is there anything that you want to add, Propeller?
No, I'm good. I think the last thing I just wanted to add was just that one thing around making sure that we don't operate in silos as all the entities in the room, that we bring ourselves together and actually build this ecosystem that is focused on one impact. And really the impact is making a difference in the communities in which we come from. And I think all of us need to just have that in mind. But also for the young person in the room, it's important for you to start thinking about what sort of entrepreneurial opportunities can you explore. That is, what problem can you try to solve in your community? And these problems you must think about in this context that it's something that could be scalable at some time. It's something that has got a market value. It's something that can actually help to solve a particular community program. In that way, I think we can grow this culture of entrepreneurism in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from my side, in closing, because the last person who asked a question mentioned something about the app where everything can be available, who's doing what and that. I think in response to that, we have what we call Innovation Bridge Portal in our attempt to build a vibrant innovation ecosystem. So in the Innovation Bridge Portal, we have the innovators, we have the investors being brought together, and different sort of funding instruments or support instruments that are there for innovators or entrepreneurs. So please do visit the Innovation Bridge portal. You can easily Google it. It will be available there. Last year, I think we had about 700 innovators and 600 investors that were having a conversation in the portal. It helps you to match, to kind of put in a scale your innovation or innovative idea, where is it and where it is, what kind of funding support it can receive from various organizations or institutions within the NSI. So please do visit that. And we also offer, or we're supporting programs in responding to the new imperatives of the white paper in the space of building the innovation culture and innovation skills. We have specific programs that are dedicated to building capabilities or capacity in the space of innovation, because what has come to our understanding is that you may have an idea, but you need to understand the whole value chain, what is commercialization, what is that, what is innovation management, and so on. So from the Department of Science and Technology, we have those specific programs, and the one that is open right now to the academias is run by TENSA, and I'm happy that some of the colleagues from this university, they do participate, but I'm just inviting you to consider being part of those training workshops where knowledge is just being shared in terms of understanding the innovation management process. And we also have Sarima in the space that is also in the human capability building, particularly on innovation, looking at upscaling technology transfer, offices, and so on. So please do, when you receive those adverts, do take part. Thank you very much. May we give our good team here a hand, and we will then be going to the most important item, which is food. Please be back here at 2:30. I know that we have taken so much time, but I think by 2:30 you can be able to eat and come back. It will be the postgraduate student innovation pitching competition, and will be directed by Mr. Sakumzi Dugwe. Thank you. You've been a good audience.
Over to you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are NHO Tech, and we're here to present not just Blockbox, but Blockbox and BlockVote. I want you to imagine a world where voting processes are frictionless. Zero wasted funds, zero lost ballots, zero corruption, zero unhappy participants. A voting world which is fair and free for all, where voter satisfaction is actually a possibility. Sounds too good to be true, right? Now, imagine a world of voting away from politics and politicians. A voting world which exists in universities, in NGOs, in companies, and in communities as well. I'm talking about surveys and authentic decision-making tools. Yep, this world exists, ladies and gentlemen, and it's riddled with problems, just like in the traditional sense. Our problems in this regard range from succession planning to decision-making, and obviously, we have to look at how cost-effective these things are. Now, I'd like to paint a picture to you of what blockchain technology is. Imagine the internet as it is. Now imagine it with an added layer of transparency, where all in the community are able to transact and see every single transaction. Every transaction in this community and in this layer has to be verified by each and every community member of that layer or that blockchain. This verification and validation happens automatically, and it is called smart contracts, having smart contracts within the blockchain technology aspect. No task can be performed without the permission of each and every member in that community. No validation can happen without each and every community member in that community. These are two projects, BlockVote and BlockBox. One is an online voting platform, and one is a blockchain storage facility. Now I'd like to emphasize the difference between cloud and blockchain. Cloud technology is server-based, meaning if there was to be a malicious attack on all the servers of that specific cloud service, whether it be hacking or targeting by terrorists, and it's blown up, all of those, all of that data in that cloud would disappear. We've seen in instances of Dropbox where people's private pictures have been leaked, and we've seen hacks within the Gmail servers at a constant rate. The difference between that and blockchain technology is that it works in a peer-to-peer nodal network situation whereby information is distributed into different nodes, and these nodes are encrypted so that whoever has access to the nodes does not have access to the information, whereas in centralized and cloud storage, one person or the people in charge can see people's data. Now I'd like to take you through how the blockchain process works. Firstly, someone requests a transaction, whether it be a vote or putting their file on storage. This then gets entered into a community of nodes, Validation of transactions and users through nodes is done through the network, and this is done through an algorithm or the smart contract that I mentioned before. After verification and validation, a token reward is allocated for the work done by those nodes. After the reward and validation, the transaction is added to the block, hence the name blockchain. The transaction is then complete. Let me hand over to my colleague Mandela Seku to take us through the problems and solutions.
Ladies and gentlemen, lack of accessibility, security concerns, limited transparency, slow process leading to delays in results. The high cost of implementing and maintaining voting is expensive. The current voting systems are liable to fraud and corruption. Subject for discussion is lower voter turnout caused by lack of transparency and inconsistency audits. The increase in companies, employers who are preferring to work remotely, orders tasks that require online voting platforms. The long queues which are complicated verification of ballot boxes and auditing processes. The fourth industrial revolution requires more efficient, transparent, and trustworthy processes, data management tools that are efficient. Addressing these pains is to ensure fair, secure, and accessible elections. Ongoing efforts have been made to improve the voting system. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Block Vote and Block Boss. I would like to zoom you in an ever-changing and evolving technology, which consists of linear blocks whose case boast unique characteristics and decentralized platform, with the potential to revolutionize the future of voting and data storage. As we all know, voting is the fundamental aspect of any democratic society. Therefore, ensuring integrity and security of voting process is of utmost importance. Block Vote is a solution to address these concerns, which offers transparent and decentralized process. Block Vote finds significance in voting in democratic societies with its unique characteristics and functions. The unique core functions of blockchain technology functions embedded in Block Vote and Block Box ensures these results that cannot be changed by a third party whilst maintaining that your vote is your secret. All of this is possible at the palm of your hand. Imagine downloading an app that counts your steps per day. Block Vote and Block Box Block Vote and Block Vote is at the palm of your hand. Imagine downloading an app at the access of your hand that tracks and audits the process with the access of a layer of technology with the use of a smart mobile device where voters can cast their votes democratically on a quality and trustworthy method.
So, as we have seen that we offer the solutions of immutability, affordability, transparency as well. But our primary target market is the government institutions, private institutions, the arts, sports and entertainment, competitions, university management and NGOs. However, our identified beachhead market is the Nelson Mandela University. So we would like to pilot this program in the Nelson Mandela University, knowing that we host a range of elections, the most prominent being the SRC elections, as well as the student housing elections. Now, the budget on an annual basis is estimated to be around 434,000 per 26,000 students. Now, with a turnover of 25% of students that do participate in elections, which is roughly 6,500, the budget then to that per student actually is 66 rands 87 cents, and we can guarantee to cut this cost as Black Vote to around 55 rands. Now, the global market of blockchain was estimated to be around $6 billion in 2021, and by the year 2026 will be $56.7 billion with an estimated annual growth rate of 56.9%. Now, also the global online voting market, in 2021, it was around 255%. So basically, if you look at our stats, we need to have access to the internet, and the Eastern Cape is lagging behind. So I would like to also allow my colleague to take over and explain more on the pricing model.
Okay, the pricing model for now, because we're still in development phase, is not really set, but obviously our prototype will be free to use for those willing to test our platform. Anything related to revenue models can be related to the question section. We see that our competitor initial project costs and funding was over $1 million USD, yet our costs to go to market, either on the IBM platform or on the core ledger platform, is both under $1,500,000. We're out of time, unfortunately. Can we continue with the question section for anything that isn't clear? Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you very much. Clap hands for them, firstly, guys. The block box and the block vote, they just campaigned for me. You guys are going to vote for me for president in the coming elections. It's going to be smooth because it's going to be on the blockchain. My judges, these guys are brilliant, but I'm not a judge. So I would like feedback questions from you guys, and then probably they'll give clarities of the slides they couldn't go through. I do want to apologize for not noting at first that we only have 10 minutes for the presentations. Yeah, I don't think I'm just cutting them, because I'm not hating. They are my brothers. So judges, over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for such a great presentation. I loved the way you put together your slides and your thinking. Maybe just one or two questions on my side. One is the idea, I would have loved to see the prototype in terms of the look and feel. Have we done some work around wireframes as well, in terms of at least having an idea of how this platform will actually look? That's one question. So I'm looking at what is your technical competence in this particular subject that we're talking about. And then secondly, it's just around the issue around accessibility. So one of the bigger challenges we have is around access to connectivity, right? To data and things like that. What would be the impact of this challenge onto the solution that we are proposing? Thanks.
Right, can I take the first one? Technical expertise, we didn't get a chance to introduce the full team, but we have a very esteemed developer on our team, and I as well have undertaken the journey of becoming a developer. I'm certified in Solidity, and I'm currently undergoing multiple certificates in data science, data analysis, R programming, as well as Go programming. And our prototype at the moment, the smart contract has been coded by myself and completed, but we have not been able to take it onto the user interface now because of administration costs, which is where we are at right now in terms of that. Next question.
Okay, on the accessibility, we are aware of the limitations of the province, which needs increased access to the internet. But it is part of our plan in order to train individuals to become part of the community, in order to be able to integrate them in the community where people are unable to access mobile devices, where people are unable to access internet. They will be part of the community and the ones who will be responsible in educating the community and helping them partake in the process. That's how we are planning to include them. Thank you.
Greetings, guys. I'll be brief. It's a question, but also a comment, or rather maybe input for your consideration. I have an ICT background, so I fully grasp the trajectory you're in. However, blockchain is the underlying platform. You have presented to us two verticals, or rather two derivatives of the platform that you intend to build. Now, this raises two major questions. One is around prioritization. your project management skills. Which concept are you selling to us now? Consider that we could be coming from different disciplines where we have pockets of money from different disciplines with different agendas, and we would want to invest in what is aligned to our interests. And the second question would be around if you have been exposed to lean startup method, so that you'll be able to identify how to kickstart an idea into a viable opportunity, because you are a lean team and you're tackling two animals at the same time. So, like I said, it's a question but also a comment. So I'll just revert back the mic to you, and then you'll figure out how you can just give us clarity on that. Thanks.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much. Well, this whole concept and the projects have not started this year. It's a 5-year journey that we've been working on, and development on both sides of both projects is currently underway and in advanced stages. We've been in talks with grant funders as well as our infrastructure providers like IBM and Core Ledger, in terms of being part of their startup programs. But if we are to answer your question directly as to which project we're starting with, block vote. If funding were to come now, we'd start with block vote, and then we'd expand by going into block box next.
Okay, then with that answer, my advice to you is that if you are packaging an investor presentation, make it a targeted audience presentation. Speak to the people around the venue. Why are they there? What is the event for? Where do they come from? Answer the questions that your audience will not even start to question. Thanks.
To add on the functionality of the blockchain technology, since we are bringing these two projects, this is part of the use case of the blockchain technology. And as my colleague has said here, we're at both at advanced stages in both projects, and we're exploring the use case and the core functions that are embedded in the blockchain technology. Basically, we're ready to present and produce them in the equal stages, but it's just a core functionality of the blockchain technology, and we have made use of both use cases in our projects. Thank you.
And they're interlinked.
Are the judges done? Covered. All right. Thank you so much. Clap hands again for block box and block vote. You can just leave it there. All right. Going on to the next one. I am an innovator and someone who likes conversation. So I'll make you guys think. We can't only make these guys think. You saw they were shaking. I had to carry it. Okay. We'll leave that one. But for the next one, there's a guy here who says he has an innovative glass. It's not just a glass. Look at the glasses you see around, but his is innovative. And it's for fly polymer binder that is enhanced for construction performance. So this is for construction. So I want a drum roll for him as well. He's a heavyweight champion in construction. This is Mr. Daman de Klerk. Where is Daman de Klerk? Anna, guys, some more for him. Please take that mic, sir. Yeah, good afternoon. Since we are currently having technical glitches, can you give me your pilot voice as well, so that my people in this flat do not panic?
Hello, I'm Damon de Klerk. Thanks for the introduction. I appreciate it.
Over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
I would like to start by saying, imagine a world where you can use waste products to actually build buildings. So I want to talk about an innovative glass waste-based, one part a fly ash geopolymer binder for construction, enhanced construction performance. I know that is a lot of words for a title, but the content of my presentation is going to be a business description, some background on the innovation, and then also some results and discussions on the innovation, and also a market analysis. So I would like to start by giving a brief background on normal cement. So our solution is a green cement. So normal cement is currently the most used construction material globally. And that is due to its low expenses and also its high strength with good durability. So what's the problem with normal cement? So the production of normal cement has a very negative impact on the environment. That is due to its main component, which is lime, that is originated from limestone, which is a natural resource that needs to be calcined at very high temperatures, at 1,200 to 1,500 degrees. So that calcination process actually emits a lot of CO2, carbon dioxide emissions, and also consumes a lot of energy. So what is a possible solution for that problem? I propose a geopolymer binder as a solution. You get a two-part geopolymer binder, which uses a chemical solution as an activator instead of water. So it is also based on waste products and waste materials. This chemical solution is highly corrosive, which is bad for the environment, and it's not very practical. So our solution is a one-part geopolymer binder, which is water activated instead of chemically activated. So it's almost the same mixing process as normal cement, which you just produce your cement and then you add water, which makes it a lot more practical. So this one-part geopolymer binder is definitely a possible alternative for normal cement. It has a lower impact on the environment with lower CO2 emissions, and we reuse waste materials. So this is produced by fusing waste materials with solid chemicals, and this pre-activates the material, and then we produce a powder, which is like a normal cement powder. Very similar, and that can be activated using water. So what is the benefits of this fusion method? It produces a powder instead of a chemical solution. It has a lower concrete production cost due to that chemical compared to normal cement and also the two-part geopolymer cement. It has a reduced carbon footprint with a low temperature fusion temperature, and it reuses waste materials, which is a big advantage. So what is present innovation objectives? It is to investigate the effect of various waste materials when used for fusion, and fusion with that solid sodium hydroxide, which is the chemical, and also to investigate the effect of the varying of the fusion temperature to see what effect will it have if you increase or decrease that fusion temperature. And the effects were examined on fresh and hardened properties of mortar mixes. So the fusion properties, proportions and temperatures, I'm not going to go through all of that. It's just the fusion temperatures and also the proportions that are used for mixing for the fusion and also for mixing the mortar mixes. So the mortar mixes were subjected to a flow table testing. That was to test the workability, to see if it's actually workable and if it can be molded into a 50 millimeter mortar cube. I've also brought some examples of the 50 millimeter mortar cube, and also after compression testing, there's also an example of that. So this mortar cube is currently cured for 24 hours in oven at 80 degrees, and then ambient cured for 6 days, after which there's a compression test to see if it actually can be used for construction. This cubes is kept in a sealed condition for all of the curing. And then I also have the mixed proportions on the slide. And this is an example of what the fused material looks like after fusion. This is a glass waste-based fused material. And I also have some examples of the other waste materials that I used for fusion. It is a glass waste and a silica fume, which is a byproduct of steel manufacturing. Fly ash is coal burning for our power producers. They burn coal, that's fly ash is a waste material of that. And also rice husk ash, which is from rice farming. And then zoomed in photos of the glass waste and the fly ash fused materials. So this is the examples of aftercasting, just before compression testing of the fly ash cubes, glass waste cubes, silica fume cubes, also the rice husk ash cubes. Then that is after compression testing, the glass waste cubes, also the rice husk ash cubes. The other two I didn't have examples for because the compression tester actually demolished the samples. It didn't have a very high strength. That was the results for the flow workability. All waste materials in all fusion temperatures were quite similar. And for compression strength, the glass waste produced the highest compressive strength compared to all the other waste materials. And a control sample without any waste material was also produced to compare to these different waste materials. And for fusion temperatures of 600 and 650 degrees, the glass waste even surpassed the control sample. So the workability of the glass waste-based mortar proved to be good and easy to work with, similar to normal cement. And the highest compressive strength was 33, almost 40 MPa, which is quite strong. And at a 28-day strength, it would have been estimated at almost 60 MPa. So normal cement usually 28 days is around 30 to 40 MPa. So that's significantly higher than normal cement. And regardless of the fusion material that was used and the waste material that was used, an increase in fusion temperature led to strength loss and also increases in workability. So who is our target market? It is concrete construction industry and also cement manufacturing industry. Then who will be our competition is Portland cement, normal cement, and also other cement alternatives like steel construction, for instance, and also other waste material ashes and possible natural resource-based alternative cements, which can be made from clay, ground granulated blast furnace slag, and so forth. So what is the operations of actually manufacturing such a bag of waste-based cement? So first you have to prepare your materials. So let's take glass waste. You get it as broken glass. You have to break it even further to smaller particles, and then you have to mold it to make a powder, and then mix it with your sodium hydroxide, your chemical, and then that can be fused. And then after fusion, you mix it with fly ash, and then you have your actual binder, which can be produced in bags and also be delivered to your buyer. So what is a cost comparison between this waste-based binder versus normal cement? So at small scale, it's quite equivalent due to you buying small quantities of materials to produce a small quantity of cement. But with large scale, it can become relatively lower, and also it reduces the negative impacts on the environment significantly, and also there's no calcination of limestone, and it reuses waste materials. So further research can be conducted into optimizing the mortar mix design, and then also eliminating oven curing, and also conduct research on a concrete mix for building, and also analytical and durability testing for this final concrete mix.
Sorry, Mr. de Klerk, you're out of time.
Thanks.
But you get an award
Thanks a lot.
for your brilliant presentation. Clap hands for Mr. de Klerk. You can move to the other side.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you feel, you can sit down if you want. Yeah, over to you, judges.
Yeah, I think one thing that you did very well was to describe what is it that you're doing. But just a caution, when you pitch, don't be too technical, right? Be succinct, get to what you want to do, what you want the money for. And then secondly, even the kind of words and the language that you use, sometimes you need to be very careful because at some point it appeared like, you're pitching for a research study, the objectives, and so let's not get too technical, but the description of what you want to do, you did that very well. What I want to ask, is the business a one-man show? Who are you working with? Because technically some people are innovators, but in terms of commercial aspects, they lack. So do you have a team behind you, or are you just running the business alone? Thank you.
Thanks for the question and the comments. It's appreciated. Yes, I have acknowledged in my first slide also a supervisor, which is Prof. Ikulu from NMU, and also a co-supervisor at the University of the Free State, which is Dr. Nagazade. So we're all working together on the project, yes.
Greetings, thanks for the presentation. I enjoyed it. As my colleague has mentioned, it's very easy to follow. And you have articulated the problem and managed to grasp us through visual representations of your work. So that is much appreciated. And my question then would be around, is this an ongoing master's or PhD research? And if so, what other supporting competencies would you seek to make sure that it transitioned from applied research outcomes into a new venture concept that you can actually start engaging with like-minded colleagues like us in the investment world, raising capital, starting with the TTO, of course, where you would need to seek interest for seed capital and prepping it to run an actual venture out of an IP. Sorry for the long-winded question, but I wanted to be very clear with the frame of mind of what I wanted to understand from you. Thanks.
Yes, this is research of my own master's study. It is just the first phase of that. And yes, there is a lot of research still needing to be done on this venture. And I think it will definitely be a possibility to go into construction industry.
Just a quick one on my side. So the industry you are looking at, it's $1 billion industry with a lot of serious role players who might be gatekeepers in this particular space. I'm just interested to figure out what's your thought process in terms of protecting what you are building. At the very same time, are you planning on perhaps at some point negotiating with the big players in terms of this particular space? But there's a lot of gatekeeping that you might find going forward.
Yes, definitely, I agree with you. And I think the environmental impacts of the normal cement definitely is a concern. And I think that's why the big role players might consider changing to actually have a better influence on the environment.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. de Klerk. All the best. I hope you enjoyed the award. You can clap hands for him as he goes down. Thank you so much. All righty. The house is about to be on fire. You understand? Yeah. So can you guess my next team that's going to come up, the name? I'll just give you a clue. Fireball. Somebody say fire. Ki-be-be-be-be-be. Ki-be-be-be-be-be. I don't hear you. So it's about to get hot in here because a team is about to come on stage and they go by the name of Hot Box. Not Hot Wings from Chicken Liggin. I heard you. They are not starting a week. I don't know. But they'll tell you what they're starting. And drum roll. Come on, my flight. Come on. So we're going to call on stage Aretha Williams, Bamanye Dakase, Esnam Damaklo, and hey, I don't know, I think they misspelled the same name there. It sounds Japanese. What is the right spelling for Esnam? Tamaklo. Oh, time to glow. I like that. Time to glow. All right. And the last one is Francois Jacobus Swanepoel. Make the box hot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Esnam Tamaklo, and alongside me are my teammates Francois Jacobus Swanepoel, Aretha Williams, and Nathaniel Davids. Together, we are dedicated to transforming agriculture to withstand the world's changing climate. But before we dive into this idea, I think it's very important for us to understand what our product is all about and its capabilities. Allow me to introduce you to the hot box. But before I carry on, don't confuse us for the black box. We're too hot for that. Our ingenious self-growing box is engineered to combat the impact that the world's changing climate has on agriculture. It nurtures crops in an eco-friendly haven, countering climate impact. This precise, controlled system ensures year-round food security while shrinking carbon footprints. Think of the hot box as a farm in the box where we do all the work for you so that you don't have to. It's basically a sustainable leap to a better tomorrow. Shifting weather patterns and population growths are changing, or rather threatening, the world's security, food security. While your erratic weather patterns, pests, and shifting climates are stressing crop growth. On top of all of that, we've got rising population, straining on the resources available for use. Our product aims to not only advance tech and cut carbon footprint, but rather benefit not only the earth, as well as our customers with affordable, eco-friendly options. A world where we embrace a resilient, climate-conscious future right at your doorstep.
In the midst of the ever-pressing challenges posed by climate change, urban farming emerges as a transformative solution that would revolutionize the way we access fresh produce. Our mission revolves around eliminating the traditional intermediaries in farming, thus granting our customers access to year-round, high-quality, locally sourced fresh produce. Envision a world where urban spaces combines with cutting-edge technology to not only help reduce carbon footprint, but also granting our customers access to affordable yet eco-friendly options. The Hotbox, our flagship innovation, boasts an array of specifically designed technology that would help optimize plant growth and resource efficiency. Equipped with state-of-the-art sensors, solar panels, a robust battery system, and an efficient water pump, the Hotbox ensures optimal cultivation conditions. At its core, a sophisticated microcontroller acts as the central hub, diligently recording and sending sensor data to a secure network, while meticulously controlling vital components such as the water pump and the ventilation fan, while continuously monitoring plant health and battery life. Our monthly rental fee extends inclusive access to the adaptable hotbox for both commercial and individual customers alike. We offer 2 subscription tiers. The basic tier, which entails customers to have access to fresh produce delivered to them on a bi-weekly basis, while renters have the opportunity to access the premium tier, which entails them to have maintenance on their hotbox done on a weekly basis. Renters thus have the opportunity to have an additional income by selling a portion of their harvest back to basic subscription customers, thus cultivating a mutually beneficial relationship. Moreover, commercial renters can even elevate their businesses by seamlessly incorporating these locally sourced produce into their operation, further enhancing their operations.
Urgently raising climate awareness, we're forging an eco-friendly future through organic growth by using natural pesticides and energy-efficient methods. We're reducing your carbon footprint, embracing minimal water usage, and harnessing solar power. Our commitment to sustainability not only ensures food security, but also confronts climate change head-on. In the world of green architecture, the hotbox is a beacon of sustainability, seamlessly blending nature with design. In urban farming, it transforms your space into a personal green haven with maximum yields. As a climate tech innovation, the hotbox minimizes carbon emissions while enhancing well-being, aligning perfectly with health and wellness trends. It's also a cornerstone of the organic food and delivery market, empowering you to cultivate and savor fresh produce. With applications in 5 thriving markets, the hotbox represents innovation with impact. Our market analysis projects an impressive 119% combined growth from 2023 to 2030 across these sectors. Our business strategy is centered around delivering convenience through our subscription-based model. To enhance networking opportunities, we are looking at potential partnerships with apps which aid in connecting fresh produce buyers directly with farmers. To launch this venture successfully, we're seeking seed funding, which will cover essential initial expenses, including a retrofitted tuk-tuk priced at approximately 60,000 Rand and 2 hot boxes at roughly 10,100 Rand per unit, totaling precisely at 85,341 Rand.
For renters, the hotbox offers a unique opportunity for tailored indoor growth, enabling anyone, regardless of space, to nurture their green thumb. You can effortlessly earn from the urban farming, all while enjoying the convenience of fresh produce right at your doorstep. With advanced climate sensors ensuring optimal plant growth and user-friendly design suitable for all levels of gardening, our product is both accessible and affordable. What sets us apart from our competition is the empowerment we provide through gardening, coupled with the sustainability practices such as local sourcing of materials, local employment, and eco-friendly methods for plant growth, making indoor gardening a rewarding and environmentally conscious choice for all our customers. Our vision for the next 5 years is both dynamic and bold, where we are committed to creating a cutting-edge prototype of the hotbox, creating a thriving business that will drive sustainable profits and leave an unforgettable impact on the environment. In closing, we would like to emphasize the immense potential that lies ahead of us. Our innovative solution will add to and reshape the fresh produce industry. With a passionate team and a robust strategy and an unwavering determination, we are ready to turn this vision into reality. Thank you for your time and consideration. Let's embark on this journey together.
Oh, guys, oh, guys, oh, guys, clap for them. They're the first team to make it in time. Do you guys know that song? Up in here, up in here. So now we're going to change it. Hot in here, hot in here. I don't hear you. Hot in here. Come on, team. Hot in here. In this box. Hot in here, hot. Okay, guys. Clap hands for them again. I'll reserve my comment. Judges.
Thank you so much for such a great presentation. Mine is looking at the composition of the team. Are we clear in terms of who does what? Because there's a number of aspects which can challenge businesses moving forward. So that's one in terms of clarity of roles, and that's very important. And secondly, it's just the question around, have you spent a lot of time kind of analyzing the ecosystem that you're about to go into and what challenges you might actually find within that particular environment? Thank you.
I will answer the second question and then I'll give it off to FJ to answer the first question. So in terms of the environment that we're working on, we are all geoscience students, so we understand that the climate is changing. That's our sense of study. Arifa works with groundwater restoration. I work with groundwater exploration. FJ is with your sensors and your ideas behind all of these things that are a problem, and that is why we saw the hot box fit for this current problem at hand, because we see that it is a problem and we see that there are resources being used not sustainably. We also see that we need to find ways in adapting to current climate change, and that's what we all study, so why not allow us to do that?
So to answer your first question regarding who does what, Esinam is a very social person, so I'm not on social media, so she's doing the marketing and social media for us. I myself, I do a little bit of coding, so I'll be doing the sensors and all these other kinds of things. My friend over here, Nathan, who's also part of our team, he is really good with his hands, so he's going to help us build it. And Arifa is just really good with soil and groundwater.
Ladies, did you hear the marketing for Nathan?
I didn't mean it like that. I meant like he can build things. That's what I mean. But yeah, that's to answer your question.
Hi guys. Hello. We were expecting hot wings as prototypes on our desk, but well, just on the. Thank you for a great presentation, by the way. And it's very relevant with regards to where the world is changing. In my head, I was looking at a 4IR box, not really a hot box. But when it comes to the components that one would put together to build such a box, I'm very cognizant, or I'm assuming that you have not built the boxes yet. It looks like you don't have the money to build a box just yet. And the components that you would put in there, which particular component or material would it be very hard for you to find or get or acquire, and why?
Sorry, I know I just answered the question, but I can answer this one as well. So I think our biggest challenge might be finding solar panels because they might be some of the most expensive components. All the other stuff like the microcontroller and the sensors that we're using for a minimal viable product is not going to be too expensive. You can find them quite readily available and affordable online. But the hotbox, we did get funding, some seed funding from another project. Yeah, so we are using some of that money to build our first minimal viable product, and it's going to be composed of aluminium and roof sheeting to make the sides open to sun rays. So it's going to be like a glass window type deal on the sides. Yeah, like how it was in the picture.
Okay, I think I have two questions. What informed your decision to base your business model on renting as opposed to purchase? And I'll tell you why I'm asking this. If it's based on renting, then you are making the assumption that they will make money so that they can pay the rental fee, monthly or quarterly, whatever the case, in cases where money is not made. So wouldn't it be more logical to just sell than base it on rental, one? Okay. Secondly, on the issue of upscaling. Upscaling.
Okay.
If I have 100 square meters of farm, right? And you are selling this to me as a solution. Looking at the size, will it enable me to produce the magnitude of produce that I typically produce planting on soil?
Okay.
Yeah.
With the first question, so you... With the first question, the reason why we are going with a rent-based ideal business plan is because the hotbox itself is like 10,000 Rand to create, right? So if I sell that to you in an African world, that is not realistic because it doesn't allow everyone to have access to it. This is why we came up with the idea of renting it out, or getting rather a subscription-based plan where you have the hotbox, you have the benefits of the hotbox, but it's still, we still own it until you have enough money, maybe, to buy it later on in life. Then you can go on to the purchase idea of things, if that makes sense. I'll give it over. I'll give the mic over to one of my teammates to answer your second question because it just ran from my head.
So with regards to upscaling, the whole premise around the hotbox was to try and move away from that sector where you rely on big farms to provide fresh produce, but rather have more of a decentralized, more urban farming method, whereas everyday Joes who have a fast pace of life can still be able to have access to the fresh produce without having relying on stores and such. So I think kind of asked, what's the question? But in that sense, yes.
Also, we're working with people that are always busy. They don't have the time to actually go and farm for themselves or go to the shops to go and buy their actual fresh produce. So the whole idea of this is that you have a box that does the work for you, and the only thing you have to do is go and pick up the plant or pick up the lettuce or whatever it is that you're growing so that you can feed yourself. It's a quick, fast way or solution to this quick, fast life we're living in currently.
So technically, this is a solution for small-scale domestic farming.
It's not necessarily for small-scale farming because you can always expand and hire or rent as much hot boxes as you want if you have the space to do that. So we're thinking of a world where we have these things of over farming. We have things like soil degradation because people don't know how to work with the farming sector correctly. We see things like our plants not being able to be, not being year-round. So you have seasons for specific plants and you have seasons for this plant. So we're trying to eliminate that idea of, okay, this month I can't have mangoes because it's not summer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But just advise, so clarify that aspect in the presentation.
Sorry.
Because yeah, that aspect didn't come out, but I enjoyed it. Very brilliant idea. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, last one, it's an advice. I don't want to walk away without snitching.
Okay.
Please prep your presentations and target, you guys are addressing the sustainable goals in just one product. Climate change, food security, and you're actually even playing in the green economy space. Couple that, you are doing a social good where you are empowering somebody that cannot afford to come and study here with capability to make their own means. So you have a lot of nodes that you're addressing with just one product. When you package your presentations, one of you has to go online from today onwards and look for all the pitch challenges that are aligned with those sustainable goals. We have wealthy philanthropists that do not necessarily invest in high-tech innovation that we are more familiar with. They also invest in social innovations, and they empower some developmental houses and private equity people in Africa to have those funds for such ventures, and then they go into communities and they award startups that are addressing those particular imperatives that align with the philanthropists' visions. Start doing your research to know those type of families. I don't want to mention the surnames, they are popular, I'm not promoting them. Do the research, follow them, and check their call out. Some of these competitions, you don't have to have a tangible prototype at hand as long as you are able to articulate how you want to get to your MVP level, and you bolster your voice on the impact outcomes. What is it that you want to address? Who is going to benefit? And what is the journey to get there? Thanks.
Thank you so much. I just want to comment on them as well, because as a fellow business person, I just love how they were able to balance gender, balance race, balance.
Can I add something?
I'm not voting for them through block vote, but what I'm saying, comrades, is like they represent us as South Africa as a combo. It's really a hot box. Clap hands for them as they go down.
Thank you.
Wow. Alrighty, I just want all of you to pat yourselves at the back for landing safely. We're just came to Chef what is it, Darwin Sturman, what is it? Anyways, yeah, so guys, I just want to clap you guys for clap hands for yourselves, for being here, for supporting and for helping us make this a success. Just clap for yourself. Clap. Okay, stop now. I'm clapping too much for yourself. But thank you so much. Thank you to our wonderful judges for their contribution. At this time, I would like to call on our judges on stage. We have something to give to them for taking out their time. I know Mr. Matloy is flying out very soon. Don't take pictures with him. I'm kidding. Do whatever you want if he has the time. But yeah, can I call them on stage? Clap hands for them, and I think they gave